Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another game of Total War 3 Kingdoms. We're here with Kong Rong again. We've got a bunch of money, some land. We are a very peaceful guy, and that's been going great. That's been going very great. Somebody needs to go on assignment. Probably Sima Yi can... Do we need the satisfaction? No. Then he can just stimulate market here at lean. That'll do the most. We don't have corruption problems yet, really. Alright. Zhongxi can do his assignment here for big food bonuses. And then this one also could use that. And with those assignments going, we actually are probably going to make like a whole ton of food, which is good, because we have these big cities that we're trying to support. This sort of diplomatic way to victory is very, very intriguing, and I'm definitely having a good time with it. So we need 108 prestige points to get to the next faction level. But I guess we need to grab another, just like, blank army to stick over here in Donglai, probably. Liu Bei is liberated by Yuan Shao. Like, will he become my vassal? No, he's richer than I am. But this makes it very important to get a nice treaty with him. We still have non-aggression? We still have non-aggression, yeah. Oh, we're alright. We don't need to worry about it then. It's all fine. Songyong finally gets to Binding Fury. He's an old man, but he's got that Binding Fury, and that's what really matters. Xiaoru, who was a randomly generated guy, I think, that we got early in the campaign, he's been doing great. Nobody's prouder of him than me. Nobody. I guess we can rush prestige here, right? We can afford the food production, so we might as well. And even if it tanks, the public order, it'll be worth it. Yeah. Yeah. Now, we do need to remember that this food amount is largely going to be due to these two assignments, so we need to make sure that we keep on rolling those assignments later. We're gonna grab this person, because I bet she can do some good assignment here. Yeah, she's already got stimulate market, so we can get her on that here. I know, education program is like that, but also population growth. Alright, that's all the assignments we've got. Yes. Well, good. We're doing everything. Alright, our spy. Maybe our spy was too happy and he left. Well, we're gonna put this spy and this potential turncoat in his faction, and we'll see how that goes. I've never really played with spies before. We're just winging it. Alright, corruption here. Not really a problem, but will be before too long. Let's go ahead and just get this one. Upgrade there as well. It might be too aggressive, but I think our food amount can support this whole block moving up like that. Yan Shao is pleasantly on the back foot, of course. We're feeding him a ton of money. Just like a lot of money. Probably like 10,000 a turn. But hey, it was worth it. It's probably worth it. We're trying to become the king of Qi, right? That's what we gotta be. That's what we gotta be looking for. But we'll get some more food out of this settlement down here, and that will, you know, support even more greatness. We do see that the Nanmen under my lady Zhurong are doing wonderfully, I mean, in a manner of speaking. They've pushed Shiji back almost entirely, and are running rampant over the previously Han lands, and, like, getting right up in here onto the heartland of Wu. And, well, you know, he's not going to be too happy about that. Sun Tzu isn't, but, you know, we're just going to let him do it, you know. What are we going to do? Get in the way of somebody making a mistake? Not I. We're going to build a bunch of buildings. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to try to get this city off of him, too. Could asset flip it again. That's when you trade the minor settlement for the major one, and then you buy the minor one afterward. But no, let's wait a bit, right? If we need to get like an army or 3, it's gonna severely tax our resources. And speaking of, if we're gonna need to get an army or 3, let's get. All right, no, like they'll be okay for a bit there. This guy at level 8. Alright, so we need to get this guy to take his stuff. But we might keep him. Sayan, the Nightingale. I'd like to have her just for the awesomeness of it. But because we need another, like, army to throw out, right? This is an assassin. We're gonna grab her. She could be a spy, but we'll have her at 100 anyway. She's definitely a spy from Yonshu, but we'll have her in the faction. We're not gonna give her a job. And alright, so we'll be able to go over to grab that assignment with her. And she's very dissatisfied with Wong Long. Alright, so we're just going to... Like, do we need to just get a general here? I think maybe. No, we need an army here just to put down revolts constantly, so this can be one of those minor armies, right? Right. And now we just need to get rid of the trash, because we don't need this to be a real army. We just need this to be put down the rebellion army, and, you know, to, you know, get some experience on them. They'll get it from existing. We need people in our faction because eventually, you know, we need to have them ready for when we need to turn it up. Okay. It's a eunuch ancillary, which gives you negative satisfaction if they're in a big position, and negative corruption. Alright, public order on the admin. If we give it to Suzu, that'll solve the problems there. And leaving us just needing the one army there. Because I'm more worried about this front here, but if we have, you know, someone there, then that'll make me feel moderately better. Oh no, that's right. That only went up a bit because of the presence there. But still at -2, that's stable for a lot longer. Here we're gonna upgrade. Yeah, we're going to take the negative corruption one because we're getting to the point where we're not going to be able to manage the corruption entirely, so... Gonna make it the good old Academy of Poetry. That's what we're all about here. Alright, we'll see what the damage is to the food supply here in a turn or two when it all kicks up and we make this beautiful fishing wharf. And everything's coming together down there. Good stuff. Nothing like a nice little safe island to live on. That's what I always say. And we need to get the thing for better... better items, probably. Could take like bows. Some nice bows would be good. Could be good. Suzu wants me to fight Yuan Shao? No, don't be ridiculous. My name is Kong Rong. I'm a peaceful guy. All I want to do is buy stuff from people that want to sell it to me, and sell it to people who want to buy it. And Yuan Shao gets Liu Bei into the alliance. Wu declares on Sai Mao. Hey, look at that! We've been given the 9 bestowments by the Emperor himself, who's still around in 216. And, yeah. The only time I've ever been awarded this otherwise was in my Liu Bei campaign, where the Emperor immediately, like, declared me an enemy of the Han the same turn. It's pretty amusing. Yeah, we'll just hold on to it. No need to worry too much about any of that. So that one's gonna be more stable. This one is gonna go in a couple turns. All right, we'll just bounce that army back and forth, right? That'll be good. That'll be good. Oh, negative corruption to adjacent commanderies as well. That's so good. I wonder if lean counts as adjacent. Of course, we don't have much corruption here, but we have some. And getting rid of it would be nice. Alright, the assignments are still working out fine. Anyone interesting to hire? This guy's level 8, which is promising. We could put him in charge of something. I mean, what abilities would he have? We could just see. Alright, so he's got good administrator abilities across the board. Or rather, he's got the ones that they have access to here. Which, you know, it'll be a public order bonus. That's good enough. And now that guy is pleased. I mean, pleased enough. He wants an even better job, but he'll be okay at this amount. And we know he's not a spy. We probably need... It's all strategists and commanders in there. Well, we have a handful of strategists, so we don't have to have another one. Alright, well, the winter's about to be over. Things are fine. You know, we've been spending a ton of money on these buildings, but it's going to pay off before long. Well, I mean, not, like, immediately. It's going to eventually pay off once the population rolls in. And then that's going to pay off with more rebellions, which will pay off with, you know, stamping down more rebellions. I love how, too, like, us being a friendly force to everyone in the area, almost, like, it makes it a lot harder for them to have a war because they have to go around me or fight on just the one frontier. Because I won't get involved, but I will defend myself. Anping gets leveled down. $447 on the prestige now. Do we go for king immediately when we get it? I mean, probably, right? I don't think she needs to, like, stay down here, but I guess, you know, I guess she lives here now. Alright, we could take this route for what? More assignments? That's negative satisfaction. This is satisfaction, everyone, but you gotta go, like, through the whole tree all... Oh, here we go. Here's the one. That'll help. Alright, character skill tree reset. If we re-roll this, it'll go around until we hit somebody, right? That's the way it goes. Maybe it's just a couple that it'll roll. Give me Sima Yi, right? Anyway, we're not going to do it any more than that. Alright, so we can do a rebellion in Zindu. I mean, we're going to do that because if it works, then that would be excellent. We're going to get public order and population growth for the whole thing. Bunch of experience for her. I mean, no, that won't really matter. Ancillary. Yeah, there we go. And that place already has all the stuff, so we don't need to worry about getting it. I doubt. But anyway, yeah, you know, there's the rebellion. Oh, it's like a full rebellion stack, you know. Let's see how they deal with it, because if they, you know, if they mess it up, then we'll just go and grab it, but they'll probably just beat it, but you know, they'll be wondering why that happened to them. It's about sending a message, you know. They're not safe. They're not safe from the long diplomatic arms. Drop the corruption. Here it's all peasantry and culture, so we'll just build a garrison building. Yeah, we've still got plenty of food. Alright, one gives you military supplies and one just gives you very slightly more money. We'll just go with the military supply one. That'll make the place more stable. Easier for us to get stuff from if we travel through here. It's like we're kind of pushing it on food, but not that bad. And once we level up to king, you know, we don't have to hold the prestige that high. Joyous day! A daughter has been born to us, Kong Rong. What kind of daughter, you might ask? A sentinel! Marvelous. Alright, they'll get to chill for this season. So we stabilize the public order with the stuff. We're just gonna start buildings here, you know, because look, there's gonna be a war before too long. After we declare, we're gonna break the prestige building. And then build garrison buildings in the places, you know, to help us fight. The Duchy of Wu wants us to be their vassal. You know, we're so popular, but, you know, I don't want to work for any of them. I'm a duke, you know. We're not just gonna throw in our lot with any of these other petty warlords, you know. They deal with their affairs, I deal with mine. Like, we can't really go up any further than we're at here anyway. More public order is, I guess, where we go with it. I don't think we make this a level 10. I think we're We got 25 points left to find. I think we're finding some of them. Down here, we should be able to get a lot of them without making our food any more of a perilous experience than it already is at. Some of the tributes are falling off, and we're getting a bunch of money now, finally. I mean, we have a ton, but it will only last so long. Dong Li, the cowardly subordinate, being like, I'll protect you. I'm like, yeah, will you though? They just want my power to be linked to theirs so that they can intimidate others. Oh, and speaking of duchies, Shu-Han is now a duchy. Where are they going? Oh, they are marching all the way across Wu to fight against Lady Zhurong, who is continuing to do wonderfully over there. Shame, you know, couldn't be me. I don't have a problem with her. And now, Suming, Grand Excellency, 50 years old, learns Poison Volley. Oh, yeah. She'll get there in just a couple of levels. He should have done, but he started out with the stealth level, I think, which, you know, is great now. Now it's great to have it. Oh, we'll make the spies more expensive. And she's, like, doing great, right? She's, we're gonna build her undercover network. There is too much heat. We will commit. They almost caught us, but they didn't. So the thing about Zhonghui is, I think, like, besides that, his armor is very good. You know, it's like, I mean, he gives you charge resistance, speed, Strider. I mean, like, the Striders, fundamentally, we can drop them in this army for something else. But, like, do we need to do that right now? I mean, probably. We can grab this guy, Tufa Yon. He's willing to spy for us. We already have him. Okay, so oh, he's already in this army. Right. Cuz he's out on, well, we need to get Sima Yi in an army, right? We need to get ready. We need to prepare, you know, for the next phase of things. We can pull him out. And we'll pull him out so he can come and live in this army down here. But really, we need like a cav general here. We don't have... I guess we use the sentinel for the cavalry general. Alright. Assignments. We are going to call Sima Yi back from his. And we don't want to drop those guys out of their food production assignments, I don't think. I'm sure we'll find some good recruits in a turn or two. So yeah, the sentinel, and then we put Sima Yi, and then we can drop this Tufuyon guy in there, and then because this is an army that's probably going to have to fight, right, on the border here, whereas this is any old group of folks could live in this army here. We just need more people on the payroll. We could marry people off, but it's better. I think it's better to just wait to generate them. The air levels up again. Grabs tenacity of steel. After all, she will be needing to fight before too long. We totally never made her the administrator of this place, did we? No, we gave it to this other guy. Whoopsie daisy. They'll be fine. Won't be the first time anybody lied to him, I hope. And if it is, they will be very surprised about the rest of their existence, I suppose. Alrighty. We're just gonna pass this turn here. Because I think we need to recruit another proper army and get it up, because you want me to support your claim to be an emperor? No way, dude. No way. Because Shu-Han gets destroyed. If we give Cao Cao some stuff, then we'll get more favor. But we've got enough favor right now. We're just gonna bash the Duchy of Wu's favor again and then increase our own. So we are 17 away from declaration of king. We've got big money in the bank. Some of it is trade, but a lot of it is from our actual, just like our estates, you know, our taxes that we're getting. And we'll be making almost twice as much. We're just paying out a lot in our previously existing deals for these lands. So I think what we're gonna do is get some armies, right? We're gonna get our armies up. We're gonna put Sima Yi in this one. And so here we need one saber infantry to tank arrows, right? We need 2 spear. These guys are going to want to be fighting Wu, so we just fill up on Azure Dragons here. They've got the charge reflector. then Sima Yi, we get, you know, a trebuchet. Do we get a juggernaut? No, no. We don't get a juggernaut. We fill up on Furia Bahai. We could get the Thunder, but I think they're just like... slightly better armored. Slightly more hit points. More expensive. We'll just fill up on these. I mean, no, not fill up. We need 2 trebs. Gotta have 2 trebs. And then we'll get a couple of spear guard because we need... I mean, no, we don't. We don't need spear guard. We'll have enough of a ranged unit to just, like, make them miserable if they try to come in. We gotta have some kind of cavalry. We don't want to go too cav heavy because against Wu, you're gonna lose the cav engagement. So we gotta have something to run them down and run around and you know, help us out whenever we're trying to get it done there. Alright, so now we got 2 armies, and of course they're super affordable. I mean, they're not, it's an expensive army at 4K, but, you know, it gets it done. Do we swap a couple of these Spear Guards into Azure Dragons? I mean, I think so. We keep 2 for the Juggernaut and 2 for the front line, and then, you know, we'll have more on there. Do we drop the Archer Militia for another Trebuchet? Or another Fury Bahai? Another Treb? Another Treb. Now the thing is that we're still short 1 army from what we would want, but we've got a couple of greens out on assignment and an assassin, so yeah, we've got enough for it. Just, you know, maybe like the perfect person will fall into our lap before these declarations come into the offing. And now they've got... What, no, she's just nowhere. She's just hanging out, having poison volley and not being in an army. Well, you know what that means. It means that Zheng Yang doesn't need to be in an army anymore. But if we do that, then we lose the spear guard situation. Do we chop Xiaorou? I mean... Yeah, poison volley is more important than anything, right? Right. And he can go into another army. Yeah, he can go into another army. There we go. And now Tufayon is going to be... No, we don't... With a name like that, he sounds like he's in the royal family. He only sounds like it, though. But hey, with a weapon like that, he'll be able to get it done. Because she might be level 3. She's not level 3. She's... Where is she? Oh, she's on education program. I'm like, where is she?
志略所指，我之所在。
And we'll put him on the industrial there. And the wife on the old commerce and stuff there. And then we'll be able to fill up this army with a person in a turn or two. Good, good, good. Prestige worldwide. Worldwide. Huzzah! Unto us the son is born. Kong Rong. What sort of son? A guardian. A champion. We've got them all but a vanguard. Good, excellent, wonderful. She's so good at being a sentinel, she already has a legendary tag, Kong Yunting does. She's better at being a sentinel than all of her siblings are at doing what they do. She doesn't like to brag. I like to brag, though. I'm like, we need a couple of these to be cavalry. Probably like three. Probably like three. And, you know, they do get charge negate. And we'll get, you know, Strider. So I think Sentinels are totally fine, you know, for running Red Cav with. And, of course, they're gonna love her because she's the poison volley lady. She's got it going on. I'll let the Cav get a wedge formation, and we'll put the old flying daggers on her. And now look at her, she's fancy. Of course, we don't want to fight up here, but if you want peace, prepare for war. We can afford another full army. Having one like here at Dong would be very good, because then we would have, you know, an army here, here, here. We can be quite certain that Dao Ying won't move against us, but not certain that somebody wouldn't, like, confederate him or something. You know, Wu... The thing about Wu is that Zhurong is more of a threat to him and Shu-Han than they are to me. But that doesn't mean they won't be a threat forever. But I like my faction's matchup against Nanman. I like the huge amounts of crossbows against the faction that doesn't have cavalry. I like that. Oh, look at her. Descendant of the flames. Isn't she marvelous? I played her campaign and I took over the entire map. All of it. Not because I had to, but for the love of the game. And for my daughter to take the reins after me. You know, it was a great campaign. Alright, let's just... Do we need one more army right now? We can wait a bit. Alright, so... Another spy could be useful. But yeah, I guess we can go to the forge, right? Although, you know, getting replenishment, that's going to be a while. Well, we might want to start, right? We could get another spy. Let's get another spy. Now, they always catch them if I send them, but if we get the old turncoats... She's the administrator of Lavagna. Build the network. Go to ground. And that's building her up. And I guess, like, you know, eventually... we can try to get her made the administrator of some place and then, like, try to get her to rebel and join us. But it's nice to keep an eye on them, you know, that way we'll know what they're thinking, right? Right. Well, we'll be able to deal with that thing, the rebellion that no doubt is coming for us. That thing, the rebellion. And we, you know, he was cheating, so we got 4 blue buildings here. Pretty sweet setup here. Alright, faction council, we will... I'm like... that's not gonna help us. Seek a skilled character. Sure. And this will be good, because that'll help out on Taiwan. The victory condition for this campaign. Alright, so we set the stuff. I think I'm supposed to become emperor, and yeah. So basically, the campaign in Three Kingdoms has, for normal factions, which is to say not like Bandit or Yellow Turban or Nonman or like the normal Han cultural factions, is you start out here on your ranks thing, and as you increase in rank, you get more abilities, blah blah blah. And you get this from prestige from your faction mechanics, which are usually just building buildings and taking places, you know, major settlement stuff, but can be stuff like fighting in a war if you're Lubu. You get up to king, and when you declare yourself king, I'm a governor faction, so I won't declare myself the emperor, but other ones will. And then there are 3 emperor seats up here, because right now, so the Han emperor is still, actually, so if you're familiar with the set piece of the Three Kingdoms, right? 190 is when we started here. So Dongzhuo comes, burns down Luoyang, sacks it, and kidnaps the child emperor and runs up to Chang'an, where he still is. No one's gotten him for 30 years, which is pretty surprising. Normally somebody gets him in time. So you all start out and you're trying to get that, and you're vying for imperial favor and stuff like that, but you're building your prestige. Then you get up to the top and you declare yourself king, and then it's the era of the Three Kingdoms, and you get what's called an emperor seat. And then your victory conditions become to hold the 3 emperor seats and then like enough land. But holding enough land, that's more of like a whatever, thing. That's when the game tells you you've won. So when this happens, when we declare, or they declare first, the Duchy of Wu, and it'll be like the top 3 guys that are eligible to declare. So it'll probably be Wu and Shu-Han, and then I'm not sure who the third one will be. Maybe Yanshao as Song. Maybe Dongli will try to restore the Han. Stranger things have happened. But so basically you can wait and they'll kick it off, or you can kick it off by doing it. When you do that, I, as a governor, can't get an emperor seat. So I can't get the cool stuff associated with being an emperor. I have to take that seat from somebody else. So you kind of want to be ready. If you're like, okay, I think one of my old friends, Cao Cao or something, is going to get it. And then you can run in and steal their emperor seat from them. But this campaign is sort of like a pacifist and reasonable thing. He said it's a really nice way of letting campaign develop. Oh, I think so. So we never talked about this earlier when I was talking about the game. So recruitment, you have like base level stuff, and then you get stuff through the tech tree. But largely also you recruit based on the level of the general. So at level 1 you get stuff. At level 3 you get more stuff. At level 6 more stuff again. So as you level up through the campaign, they develop the ability to recruit these good things. But eventually you get these imperial units, which are very good, and basically anybody can get them from level 1. They're more expensive, and some of them, like, they replenish worse or whatever, but they really get it done. So it's like a technological leap, sort of, too, that happens in the campaign, where all of the people that might have been fighting with, like, these beginning units for the first long while, now that they're the emperor, they spend their money on outfitting, their armies and the latest garb and the coolest spears and heaviest armor. And it sort of kicks it up a notch. So you have, like, 2 pretty distinct phases of playing the game, or 3 if you count the early game, where another way of getting attached to a character with the consequences of it. Exactly. But, that's... and the thing is, too, is they can die of old age once they get to 60, and then they like, roll a chance every winter, and it gets higher or something. But they can also die in battle. But once they get to level 3, they get this thing called resilience, which is this little green heart here. So basically, if they would normally die, they just get hurt. And then if they have another like yellow one, they'll get hurt again. So you get like extra chances when you're like legendary or higher leveled. But if you get captured in battle, then they can, depending on their personality and whether or not they hate you or whatever, they can execute you. So losing a battle is a way to lose your whole general, potentially. But let's see, what are we doing here? We are almost becoming the king. I think we'll just become the king off of the prestige here in Taiwan. But yeah, there's a pretty big, like, strategy layer to it, right? In terms of, like, who's going to be the emperors with you when you declare, if you declare, are they your friends? Because you can't be in a military alliance with them. You're not, like, immediately in conflict with them, but you can't be best pals anymore once they did that. Say they really developed the intrigue of this game. Oh yes. And 2, like, because you have spies. I don't know how they work really, but you have them, and you can you can do abilities to be better spies, and they you develop your resources, and then you can do stuff. So you can try to get them jobs. You can try to get them armies, try to get them to lead an army, and then you can get them to defect to you. Like if you're gonna declare war on your neighbor, right? You can throw some spies in there. you can get one guy to be the administrator, like, of the whole province, like the guy in charge. You can get them to defect to you, so you don't even have to go to war in order to get it. I've never done this, but I know it's possible. You can get them made into the heir of their faction, potentially, right? And then, can't align with another hegemon. Exactly. But that's only while they hold the emperor's seat. If they lose it to somebody, then they could, join up their faction, be confederated. If you beat on them enough, here's another great thing too. So, like, say Wu's emperor seat is like all the way over here. It is all the way right here, here in Liangzhong. But we can just fight them and just beat up their armies a ton if we don't want to siege the thing, and then eventually they'll, like, just give up, and then, like, you force confederate them just by beating the brakes off of their army. So sort of, like, it won't happen after like 3, but you say you beat 20 armies or whatever, then usually they'll just, like, give up to you. But you can have peace with them, and you can have non-aggression pacts and anything like that, but you can't be like, we're allies, your enemies are my enemies, that kind of thing. You can't have that sort of relationship once you ascend to the level of king. But we got the hardened iron shell. Wonderful. We made an item. And that's the other thing too, is because the generals are so interesting, like, unique generals have unique items, but as they age out, their items get given to other people. Like, the items don't disappear. The armor does, but the weapons stick around. Say it makes sense. You can't just steamroll other factions. Oh yes, so we haven't talked about this too much. So when you're the Han factions, you have the imperial court and imperial order here, which is measured in these bars. So, like in a normal Total War game, you would just be like, pedal to the metal, attack all your enemies, push, get as much as you can, don't consolidate, do what you gotta do. In this, you get a debuff in that currency. So the faster you expand, you can modulate it carefully by doing what the Emperor wants. But as it gets lower, he'll start, like, sanctioning you, and, it'll cost you more to run your armies. And then eventually he can declare you an enemy of the Han Dynasty, which means anybody can attack you without penalties to their own stuff, and they'll be incentivized to do so, and you get a diplomatic penalty and stuff. And so, if you try to move too fast, just, like, attacking other loyal to the Han Emperor armies, even if they fought you, if you take their land, the Emperor's going to get mad at you. He's going to be like, hey, you should have found a way to peacefully, make this work. You both are, subjects of the Emperor. You can't be acting like this. And then he'll sanction you if you do it too much, which is just, like, I didn't get it at all when I first played it, but now I'm like, oh yeah, it's totally cool. And so, like we said, the boy Emperor is over in Chang'an with the first people that have been holding on to him. And, like, here, we got a mission. So Cao Cao just needed to have food. He was starving. Since he's loyal to the Han, the Emperor's like, hey, somebody help him out. And if you do, then, everybody's going to be better with the Emperor, which is what happened here. We didn't actually have to help him. Okay, so we can generate a legendary vanguard, sentinel, or champion character. Now, legendary just means very good stats. It more than 100 in the thing. We don't need a strategist. I think Vanguard's what we want, but no, we need another champ. 'Cause, yeah, we need more champions. So this guy's a local hero. He's 51. That's unfortunate. But you just look in your recruitment pool every now and then, and now we see this guy, Wu Feng. He is level 7, so it might be kind of hard to keep him happy, but he's already level 7, so we know we can just stick him in an army, and he's going to have a bunch of abilities. He's going to be able to get it done, right? And we haven't talked about satisfaction yet, but satisfaction, this is just like how they'll leave if they're not happy. And the higher level they get, if you don't have a job to give them in your court or working somewhere, they'll get more and more unhappy. But you can, as you develop your faction, keep ways for getting them in there. Oh, shame, not a distraction at all. I enjoy talking about it.
我的目标十分明确。
I mean, I could be doing it when I hit intern, but really explaining it provides me with an opportunity to think about the existence of these things, because I haven't played very many normal campaigns. This isn't a normal campaign, but it's normal-ish. The campaign I did before this was Sansa, and that was the kind of normal one. He has amazing faction mechanics. They're the coolest thing. But, okay, 21k. Man, alright, so we need to get an army here. Alright, so which strategist? Zutza? Yeah.
志行天下。
And then...
感受炎炎夏日吧。
It's like, man, I hate to be rolling out with a 50-year-old guy, but I guess it'll be fine.
力求上进，功名震天。
So we'll just get a couple of trebuchets and 4 Fury of Baha'i, our unique unit, and here we'll get a couple of spear guards because we need them, and then as your dragons to round it out. And we can still afford like another army, and we might need to get one, right? Because this dude's pretty unhappy. Why? What about all of the things that's supposed to make people happier? Oh, he's undercover in a different place. He's a spy. Okay. So right here we see our guy. He's the strategist leading the army in this army, which is not in the faction leader's army, but it's in a different one. So, he could, try to overthrow it or whatever, and we'll be able to see where that army is as he goes around. I think. I've only ever done spies that got caught immediately, or that defected because they were happier there than they were with me. Very sad. If we drop out of the food production, we can't do that until we become king, and then we can drop these prestige buildings. Well, how close are we to doing it? It'll happen in just a couple turns here. Alright. I'm so nervous. Alright, so we can just shuffle this army around when we need to get another one. Well, really, no, because if we... No, we should get ready here before we declare, because we might need to pop them and take their imperial city immediately. Because that's the thing, like, we're a governor, so we're not going to declare ourselves emperor. But the action of somebody else declaring themselves to be the Han Emperor would be an outrage that we would not put up with. We've got the deployment limit already reached the season. That's okay. We're just going to grab a couple trebuchets and some Fury of Baha'i. And the last person there will be cavalry somewhere. We'll get, like, you know, a commander if we have to. Secret at the top. Yeah, well, it's unironically. So the governors, they literally can't declare themselves emperor. But, you know, if somebody else does it, you could be ready. Because we'll have this army here. That's the thing, too, is, like, say Shu-Han was in an alliance with Cao Cao and Wu, but we declare. Now all that breaks, so immediately we can jump on one of them, and the other ones aren't going to be there to immediately jump in. And if we have, like, a treaty of non-aggression, say, with all of them, and we do, except Wu. Speaking of Wu, they are doing too well for themselves. They're at war with, like, everybody. And look, and he's still doing fine. So, like, this is me, the blue outlined in green, and then I also have Taiwan down here. It would be a shame not to take the defensive zone. Exactly. It would be an even greater shame to not be prepared, you know. Oh, yeah, so also, for the deployment, right, you know, you can bounce around. But you have limits, which I've already reached here. So per season, you have limits for total armies you can have, and then you have limits for how many deployments you can do in a season. You have buildings that can do more, you know, so maybe you can build a building here that would, like, you know, well, not in this faction, but maybe some faction can, where it's like, okay, you can do, like, another deployment or whatever. Because otherwise, we've already called out a couple of armies, so if you're not ready and you don't have your armies out and somebody declares on you and moves in, it's not like you can put out 15 or 20 armies all at one time. You know, you're going to be wishing you already had the armies in the field. You can recruit the guys, and then, you know, they get their recruitment based on... That's another cool thing. So base recruitment's very low, but you get recruitment based on the population of the place. So this place with 5 million people gets you 24% more recruitment bonus, which caps out at 25 here. So if you're in your area that's highly populated, you can recruit an army, and in 2 or 3 turns you'll be ready to go. And if they're trying to recruit an army on a hinterland that doesn't have a big population, unless they have huge recruitment bonuses, it's going to be slow for them to put that together and slow for them to repair their losses. So if you're fighting on a border, but you have, like, a long-standing population there, it's a huge bonus to it. And you get, rather than building, like, replenishment buildings like you would have in Warhammer, that's from the population level of the place. Which also, the more population that's there, you get more income, you build stuff faster, you can build more things, and reduces your public order. So you've got to sort of, like, walk the tightrope of, like, do I spend the army to try to functionally just put down rebellions here and manage the public order because it's more advantageous to the economy, and that kind of thing. It's a really awesome level of sort of, like, upper level play, you know, what I would call a, like, Civ level play, you know, zoomed out strategic level play that you don't really get in Warhammer at all, because the economy is so well done and trading is so excellent. Like, almost all of this land we have peacefully acquired, and, you know, I just want that to keep on happening. I love democracy. I love the Han Empire. I don't want to see it fall. And here, you know, he's like, hey, you can become my vassal, which is a way you can get out of wars in the game. You know how in Warhammer you would never, ever become somebody's vassal? Like, you'd just lose the game? Like, I don't even know if it'll let you do it. Here, if you become a vassal, you get out of all the wars you're in, and you don't join the ones they're already in automatically. But you have to give them a bunch of your money. It's like 20%. Say a nice realism feature almost takes a bit more planning and thought to manage things. Yeah, exactly. Because our faction's good at building tall, but unlike in Warhammer, say, you know, where, like, with the exception of, like, dwarves, maybe, you know, and maybe a couple other ones that we could think of, if you only have one, like, province or 2 provinces, you just can't get there. But in here, although you would have trouble getting the prestige for ranking up, you know, with just these 2 base provinces, we became exceedingly wealthy through trade and diplomacy and and keeping the peace and not having to, you know, engage in a bunch of armories. So here we see that it's happened. The Kingdom of Wu has declared themselves emperor. Now, it'll just be them, I think, yeah. So, rather than all three of them declare, if you declare, it'll make everybody else pop off. But he reached it right before me, before I reached king. So he declares himself emperor. So now, he is going to get access to all of those good units. And if the other people around can't do it in time, he's going to swallow them all up. Is it more difficult to play the pacifist? We don't have to be a pacifist. I'm just sort of like role-playing it. The game doesn't make you. Certainly it's more difficult to, because like a lot of the stuff that we've bought, we could have just made a couple armies, taken the stuff, pushed back a little bit, sued for peace, and made them forget about it essentially over a course of a decade. But I think it's more interesting, you know, to do it our way. But hey, the Kingdom of Wu's Emperor seat is here at Poyang, not... Oh! Not here at their level 10 Imperial City somehow, but at their ancestral seat of Poyang. So, not too far away from where I live, actually. But the campaign I did before the last one was this bandit campaign. She's called Zhengjiang, and here she is. She's amazing. She has weapons with huge damage, big ABE stats, and fatigue immunity, which is very hard to get in this game. She's bonkers. Also, she's a green general, and most women in this game, all women in this game, except for her and like Sun Ren, are yellow, blue, or purple generals, which determines the abilities they get in their tree, the stat growth that they have, and what units they can recruit. So she's unique in that way too. She's great. But so I did a campaign with her, and it went super bad. I started over here. I had to like run all the way across the map, and for like 100 turns I didn't have any land at all, and I ended up all the way up here, and I spent so long there, and then I eventually like built up and swooped up over things. Any recommendations for a first campaign? If you don't get DLC, my favorite guys are Shu, which is probably pronounced like Shu or Shu. I don't know the language. I'll sound super ignorant. I do know that I'm saying this stuff wrong, and I am embarrassed by it, but like I can't stop it. That's this guy right here, Liu Bei, and I love him, and he has a couple very strong characters that start out with him. So he starts with a group of really good fighters, and then through events that happen in the campaign, you get several other really, really great fighters, and he starts here with access to a bunch of food and stuff. There's a lot of getting used to in any of the mechanics. If you get DLC, I haven't played many of the DLC campaigns. All the ones except 8 Princes are basically good. They give you different start dates or different characters you can be and whatnot. Some that have special things. Sun Tzu, that starts here in Wu, he has crazy bonuses, and he has like quests, but if you don't finish enough of them, you die spontaneously. But I've only done, I guess, 5 or 6 or 7 campaigns. I've honestly enjoyed all of them. If you played, like, I was exposed to this this mythos, this cast of dramatis persona in this era of history by the NES game Destiny of an Emperor. But there's also the quite famous games Dynasty Warriors and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So if you ever played any of those, I would say just, you know, if you have anybody that you recognize, like, just play them, you'll have a blast. But barring that, yeah, just you know, you on the faction select screen, you know, you get the different guys, but it's like they They're pretty different. But most units are going to be shared. It'll just be a few unique units there. Liu Bei's faction gets a unique archer unit that's quite good. One thing I will say is that like the battles take some adjusting. Militia units are frequently very bad. They're not expendable, and chain routes will happen like really crazy. I'm sure you say Romance of the Three Kingdoms on NES was the first strategy game you played. Nice, yeah. Destiny of an Emperor was my exposure there. I played Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but on like an emulator, you know, like in the mid '90s. I'd never found a copy of it. All right. Been on this end term for a long time. It's okay. There's a lot to talk about. The Kingdom of Wu is here, after all. But we're going to be the Kingdom of Qi before too long. Alright, we just need to get... Trying to think here. Do we just get like a level 1 Cav General? It feels bad. But I guess there's not really a choice, right? We could just throw another Sentinel in. That feels bad too. This dude's level 7 at least. I mean, yeah, why not? And when you swap a unit to another unit, you lose the levels they had, but like I don't want it to be messy. But you keep the previous like level of replenishment, so you can if you get access to a new thing, you know, you can swap the unit over, but it'll lose, like, you know, some of its life, but not all of it. Alright, and we're about to declare ourselves to be a king, too, and I don't know how everybody's going to feel about that. Because we could just leave the Kingdom of Wu alone. Easter and RTK from a small video store. Nice. I wish we could have found them there. This would have been, like, whenever I was a little kid, because I was born, you know, I'm like 39, right? So... whenever I was a little kid, I didn't have, like, the juice in the family to get to go to a video rental store. I just had to deal with what we got. But by the time I was, like, 10 or 11, you know, I was, like, you know, with the money that I saved up from doing whatever, working at the farmer's market and whatnot. I'd be like, no, let me run by there, or, like, you know, let me run by the pawn shop and see if they have Final Fantasy 3. You know, I call it 6 now, but back then I would have called it 3. It's really, you know, such a blessing to be able to basically play any game you want just by thinking about it and buying it. Sure is different than things were back in my day. Because we could afford all of these armies. And we could even afford a couple more. We're very wealthy. Each one of these places pays for basically an elite army. Well, each one of the major places pays for an elite army, which is pretty nuts. Like, this one's going on 6K? Wowza. And that's even without all the assignments going, I'm sure. Well, we should send her here, you know, no point in not keeping the money going. So, like, a lot of these people are probably spies, but if they join your faction and they're a spy, that's very bad. But if you keep their satisfaction at like 100, then it doesn't matter, and after long enough, they'll just leave for you. Like, Sima Yi was probably a spy when he joined me, but through long, hard convincing, we have convinced him probably to not be a spy anymore. Probably. I don't know. He never, like, wrote me a letter and was like, hey, sorry, I was a spy, bro. I just hope he's not a spy anymore. Please don't be a spy. We finally give him an army after, like, 10 years, and then he's like, surprise! You fell victim to one of the classic blunders! Alright, so mission issued. Unite what is divided. So now I failed to restore order, and now I get the quest to hold all the emperor seats. And here we go. It's time to become the king of Qi. I know, that's just what it looks like. Alright, so and here's what you like, each time you level up you can say get more spies, access to more armies, stuff like that. And then you get to the breakpoints with these little circles and you get bigger things. So if we put more points in here, we could get negative 15% upkeep for all units, which is probably better. I mean, here, though, we get, you know, lower salary and 50% more experience. That's pretty good. We could take trade, but I think we need to... If we just get 15% cheaper upkeep and then big satisfaction, yeah, you know, that's what we got to do. And then we'll get another administrator, because this is like how you... Administrators are how you turbocharge your efficiency. So they have a bunch of nice abilities they give. They reduce corruption, they generically increase income, and all that kind of stuff. Alright, and now we proclaim ourselves to be the king. Our power is both feared and coveted. And because of this, now the other people declare themselves king. And here we go. The kingdom of Zhu. Here. The kingdom of Wu here. And Shu-Han. Is a challenger to the throne. Now, we've been friends a long time. But this emperor seat is going to let me become the emperor. And maybe it's time to set pacifism behind us. This emperor seat is so far away. It's pretty funny that after all this time, we're still gonna have to actually go and deal with them. So the story of the Three Kingdoms is that, you know, Liu Yong, the emperor, gets taken over here by Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo gets stabbed by Lu Bu. They rescue the emperor, and the emperor ping-pongs around for a while. The story of this iteration is that the Dong family took the emperor up to Chang'an, and then nobody ever rescued him. He's just still there. Alright. If we declare on Wu, then we lose Taiwan probably. What we can do now is reclaim a lot of our building slots. Now that we've got the prestige, we don't need to hold on to these prestige buildings, and we can get like garrison buildings and the like, so that'll be good. We didn't have a prestige building there. Because it's about to kick off, right? And look, if we backstab these guys who have been our friends forever and we have a pact of non-aggression with, What will that say about us? We could just chill. But they declared themselves to be the emperor. And, you know, you can't be having that. It's time for Kong Rong to leave the north and come back home. We need another army up here. Can we get one yet? Basically, everybody's busy. We can just get a little army composed of administrators. I mean, all right. We'll just pull back the Empress and Zhonghe and the Zhonghe, and they'll be able to get an army here, and we can just yeah. Alright, just hero it. Gonna go ahead and get our red cav going on. Just like 3 of them, I think, and then we will fill it up with Azure Dragons. Well, I hate to do this to you, old boy, but it's necessary. You know, the way of peace can only go so far in the face of these men who consider themselves to be the equal of the Emperor, you know. If the Emperor is no more, then we certainly will not suffer some false pretender next door to be pretending. No pretending! Never! Alright, we don't... that was a little overzealous. We need to get back down here, actually. 2 armies here is fine. I'm like, we need to be over here in case something happens. Man, it is slim pickings in these armies here. We should have had the forges going a long time ago, but we didn't. Okay, it looks like... Oh man, it looks like the Yubei is getting a lot of armies over here. Well. Oh, he declared war on Wu. Interesting. Alright, so Liu Bei has this very, very unwieldy swath of the mountainous region here bordering Wu, and then he's in a bad spot. I mean, sure, he surrounds his foe, but at what cost and to what benefit? We can just wait for Liu Bei to leave and then take the stuff after he leaves. Because, yeah, so these units here, the Protectors of Heaven, these guys are the Madman. Heavily armored, evasive, good morale. The thing is that my unique unit is called the Fury of Baha'i, which shoots armor-piercing crossbow bolts, which matches up pretty well against it. You know, we might actually swap some of these for more Fury of Baha'i, but I kind of want a big front line. Alright, well, he's got guerrilla deployment at least. And time to turn it into a template. And we'll get like one guy with a shield and then dragons, yeah. Zhang He deserves his own item, but we're not going to give it back to him. We will give him command of the army, though, right? Oh, no, this guy actually probably has better commanding stuff, right? Maybe not. He does have night fighting. So that's good. Yeah, we'll go ahead and give him command. Unless he... Nope, this guy gets movement range for being in command. He can have the command. Glorious. Because even if we betray our pact and make everybody think that we're untrustworthy, if we get this emperor seat, so what? So what? It's not like Cao Cao's gonna care, right? He's in a war with everybody anyway. Yan Shao is like not quite broke, but not quite doing well. We'll be fine. Without the infusions of money that I was giving to these fools, you know, they're struggling a little bit. And we know Wu is poor and doesn't have food either, so they're not going to be able to put up with the losses in this war. We're gonna get some military access real quick. Oh, we're gonna confederate this guy real quick. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, we're gonna say, hey, wouldn't you rather be a part of this kingdom, and then you won't have to worry about anything that's going on anymore? And that's just what we'll do. And everybody actually thinks this is a good idea. Yeah, alright. See? No need for a war. We can federate this faction, which is good, and then we will, yeah, you know, look, we get some guys that are, you know... This guy's name is Sun Qian, unlike Sun Quan, which, you know, I don't say any of them right, but those are really close together. Sun Quan being, of course, this guy right here. The brother of the leader of Wu, who in this timeline is alive in 220. Which 220 is like the year that the Three Kingdoms was declared or whatever. The year Cao Cao died. I'm like, what do we even build here? I'm like, we already have the red buildings. Oh, it'll make it cheaper to deploy. Yeah, you know. Yeah, this is what we need in order to get more buildings, more armies around as we go. Because right now, you know, we look like fools. We're a king, and all we've got are these troops. We need the seat of an emperor, right? That's the only thing that'll do. Drum and bell tower. Okay. Alright, so this army, I mean, yeah, I guess we'll just swap it, right? It's a fine army. Of course, we're about to get an emperor's seat, and then we would want to swap it again, probably, but, you know, whatever. And we're just gonna, like, stand menacingly here looking at Liu Bei. Alright, so here, what do we want? To slowly get military things? Yeah, you know, we didn't do a single military recruitment thing while we were doing all of that, but now it's time, you know, it's time to push forward. And this guy's gonna pay us for the pleasure of a trade deal. And so will they.
有什么要说的？
Where does she live? Alright, yeah, she lives right here. She's just gonna get confederated by me now. We say we give her a trade monopoly. And then she disappears. But, you know, that's good. You know, you wanna see the people that will peacefully join you, right? All she had was this little place, right?
大人有何吩咐？
We'll disband these units, and then she'll be... she can keep the one cavalry unit.
保持镇定。
I'm like, does anybody else want to confederate with me? Oh my god, yes they do! Alright, so all of these guys want to join me. Wang Long wants to join me just because he's beset by foes and can't protect himself. That's fine. Yuan Shu wants to join me. He's like... Does he have any land at all?
妙啊！
If we did this, everybody would get mad at us. But who's everybody? some guys. I mean, it would be funny. Yanshu, the arrogant opportunist. Well, we are collecting the members of the Yon clan, you know. And in this timeline, you know, he's just been chilling. I guess we can grab him. Yeah.
若能保全百姓，则略无所失。
And now we can confederate what's left of the Han Empire.
我们定能达成一致。
That would probably be... I'm like, where is it? Where's the Han Empire? Well, they would join me. Yeah, I guess we grab his and then we can recruit like an army down here. Yeah.
很高兴与你见面。宝剑
And we just snap up like so much stuff. Beautiful. You know, now even more. Okay, and here's where Yanshu's faction guys were at, and we got a bunch of people that used to work for him. All right, the ambitious power monger. But they're all part of the royal family, right? Because we married into the Yon family. So all of these people don't have to be paid until they have a job. Yes! Marriage alliance! So this is all because we married the brilliant, the smart, brilliant's the name of a character trait, she doesn't have that one. The kind and gentle, the intelligent and wonderful Yuan Yangyu. So now that we acquired her uncle and that whole faction, everybody related to them is free upkeep while they're just hanging around waiting to do something. Awesome. And when we get more faction things, you know, he's definitely gonna be giving us some nice bonuses once you put him in there. Alright, funny stuff. And, importantly, that puts us right around the corner. From the kingdom of Zhu. Yes, it does. Now, we are nearly broke, though. As a consequence of all of the armies that we've just gotten and souped up. Oh, this one here.
大人有何打算?
Oh, they are like super trespassing. Alright, how long till they can get back home? A few turns.
秩序井然，则四海可定。愿闻大人之志，在下定当赴汤蹈火，不辞万难。
Does he get anything? Oh, if there's another member of the Yon clan on the battlefield to get that. Did my wife get that? If not, I feel robbed. Yeah, you know, it only counts you as being part of the clan if you're born with the ability, and that's very disappointing. It's all fine.
大人有何吩咐？
大人，愿一切安好。
We're dropping them because here we're going to be able to recruit a better army of better characters. Right? Right. We'll do that next turn after we have made our move and become the Emperor. And then we'll have this army up here that will be able to see about taking this Emperor's seat away. Because these armies, though voluminous, are composed principally of garbage. These are not strong units. I don't think Liu Bei can pay for them. Oh, well, he's got 25k. He can pay for some of them. And we're going to help out those guys on their way home. Add a new character. Erase the rebellion in Jindu. We're going to do all the things. And then we're going to smear Shu-Han. That'll make people, you know, think that he's not very nice.
你又怎样？ 只得如此。
You know, we're still in a coalition with him, which is nice, but I'm pretty sure he's going to want to leave as soon as we attack Liu Bei, but you know, what are you going to do, right? Alright, this army is down here too.
主公召我。
Alright, which one do we want? This lady is the strategist we
大人有
want.
何打算？
Is she any good? I mean, pretty good. Yonshu the Hated. But we are running the armies down to nothing, right? Rapid Tiger Infantry. I like these guys. We're just going all Furia Bahai in this army. Maybe that'll work, you know. Just a whole lot of crossbows and a little bit of a front line. We'll let him keep the bow. All right. The most important one turn in all of history. What will everybody else do?
老友来访，甚是欣慰。
He says never, but, I mean, negative 24 means he might someday. All these people want non-aggression pacts with me. Well, they're about to know why.
如此，才能避免无谓的冲突。随你。
Oh, and look at him there. Going out to sea. No, shall vassalize the Hun Empire. I'm like, somebody was gonna do it, but... Alright, so we're gonna get another... champion. I mean... Yeah... So many of the people in that faction were married. Oh yeah, and the Dao faction as well, they're all related to us, so yeah. The Udon here has good armor, so we're gonna take it. He's old, that's fine. We'll keep him around, you know. 119 is not too much to pay a dude. Alright. It's time to betray our principles. Heavy lies the crown. We don't have to. It's just we should. Like, who knows what Sansa is doing here, but it's nothing good. Oh, he's probably taking something from Liu Bei, yeah.
欢迎，朋友。
They're called the Divine Empire. That's a little lofty, isn't it?
万物失节，那就快一点吧。那就快一点吧。
Those are the lands that I'm in right here. Whoops-a-daisy. But importantly, they will provide us... Well, I mean, if Wu doesn't know we're coming, we'll just roll right up the river, old school style, right? Just go straight up the Yangtze and pop them. All right, well. The die is cast. This is actually... Okay, so Wu is gonna love this. And we barely get any treachery from it.
进攻！拿起武器！
The two other emperors love it, and
怒吼吧！
挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。
振作起来！
we'll go like here and go to ambush, hoping that they'll land, and that we'll be able to hit them. Nope, we won't go to ambush.
追寻荣耀！
Because they are out of position, right? And whatever good armies they have are far away. So all we have to do is betray my oldest and best friend, Liu Bei.
熙熙攘攘，
That's it. That's all we gotta do.
正在行进。
释放怒火吧！
Alright, let's get to it.
吾等根深叶茂，无往不利。 我看你不过徒有其表，快与我见识见识。
Alright, so first issue's the rain. I'm like, what? I'm like, alright, they have poison shot. Too much to hope that we would have fire arrows. Alright. We've got our reinforcements, we've got everything. We need a breach.
我方援兵终于来了。
But like, a few breaches would be better. These guys have shield walls, so they're not going to take any damage from the towers. At least I don't think they will. The problem with our army, of course, is that because we've been such peaceful, good guys for so long, we don't really have any experience on it, but we do have 2 more trebuchets, you know. We have a huge army here, and there's one wall breach. And if we drop another one like right here. Alright, we got a couple good breaches far away from each other. That's very important. You know, you want to be able to come around the back with cavalry and dive out the other way. That's right, Kong Rong's got an elephant. I forgot. We haven't done a battle in so long. Kong Rong is leading from atop an elephant. What a graceful guy. What a champion. What a dude. We got one poison volley here. Alright, what we want to do now is... try to see if we can get in. Principally, that's going to involve diving the cav around the side, running through, trying not to take archer fire or... you know, anything else. Lining up a couple nice poison volleys, potentially. And we can go out that way, maybe. Oh, these guys are faster than the other one. Alright, so the spear guards are right here. We don't have to go into them. We can go this way. Alright, and now we're here, and we'll hit the splash attack. And hopefully just, like, delete these militia, right? These militia cav? Come on. Alright, we gotta get out of here. The spears are showing up now. And she's going to try to shoot her poison volley here. It's not going to work. Alright, we might be in big trouble, but I think we're getting away with it. Yeah, we are. We're just going to run right through them. And we'll just not lose our horses. Keyword not. Oh, those are protectors of heaven. Not there. Not there. Absolutely not there. Alright, so these cav coming in, that's not advantageous. We don't want them there. You know, I'm really making a mess of things. We're gonna charge the infantry in, though, right? We're gonna charge the cav at the gate. We're gonna get back in over here. Maybe we'll break this position here. You know, we got the infantry coming in. They'll be taking fire on the way in, but they're armored. They're brave. That cav is stuck inside. They're brave, much to their detriment. Please leave. Just try to run away. Alright, they break. That's okay. What are you gonna do, right? Because here, we've got a blob fight. Now, is it a good blob fight? No. The reason for that is because we're in front of the towers. However, we're gonna be inside soon enough. Oh, they've got boiling oil there. There we go. We burned the boiling oil, and now they're trying to walk through it. That'll embarrass them. The sieges in this game are so good. Alright, because they are now fragmented and breaking here in the front. And of course, unlike them, I'm having a party. Unlike them, I want to be here. Unlike them, I've got the backup. Now here, I just need this poison volley to work at all. You know, one Protector of Heaven, it would be better to get like a lot of units, but one Protector of Heaven is good enough to shoot it at. Okay, she can't make the shot. Oh, she's getting shot by the tower. Oh my goodness. Oh no, my trebuchets, my trebuchets are murdering my own guys. And we're fighting underneath the tower, getting shot up. Very bad stuff. You know, we might lose. Me with my overwhelming numbers. Still might lose. Definitely could still lose. But I think we'll be fine. If we have any infantry at all when we get in, we'll be fine. I don't... It's a big if, right? Because what we're doing here is just getting deleted underneath these towers. This is so bad. This is so bad. I'm a terrible player. I'm pretty sure that my own artillery killed like a ton of my guys, like an actual ton, like a metric ton of humans of my guys. All right, so now they this dude is just like out in the field, and my guys are taking infinite damage from infinite towers. It feels so bad. I'm such a bad player. Wei Yan is out here now. This general is inexplicably all the way in here. Oh, they were chasing the foe. Good for them, right? Good for them. And Poison Volley gets canceled again. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. This is a shambles. I don't deserve to run China. I don't even deserve to take this city. This is very poor play indeed. We might get away with it just because we dramatically overwhelm them, but just very poor performance. The worst I've ever played, perhaps. Maybe not. Real bad, though. Real bad. Just terrible. And then this guy's just getting shot by towers, and she's just getting shot by towers, and these guys are just getting shot by towers. I'm so bad. It's too many units for me to keep track of, so instead I just do nothing right. Which, you know, smart. It makes you feel like you're really playing the game, right? You're like, okay, and then I'll just send all my troops in and lose them like a real general would. Idiot. Am I gonna finally get to use one poison volley? I've tried like 6 times this fight. I don't think so. I think she's just gonna not shoot it again. Hey, there you go. Good job. It's literally what I pay you for. Speaking of, we're not winning this fight, right? We are actively losing it. I think we're gonna win the battle, but like, what garbage behavior? Oh yeah, good. Just sit the elephant in the middle of a bunch of towers and let it lose 10,000 hit points, moron. These towers are so busted. Alright, so we're losing. We are actively screwing this up. We might be able to get it just by taking the city center, but I think we might not. I think we might have thrown... Yeah, look at that. Look at that! What? What? They just died. I don't... Oh, it's outrageous. No person should be forced to put up with this. What a miserable feeling. What a bad player. Oh my god. Just straight trash. And then all these guys just like will somebody take that tower? Nope, they won't. They'll just keep running in front of it because even though I said to take it like 8 times, they just won't do it because they're my men and they don't listen. The Juggernaut's gone. Of course the Juggernaut's gone. Man, I'm so bad at this game. Just a totally painful performance. Just really, really bad. Oh yeah, and then we'll go in here and get shot at by all the towers and die? Probably. God, what an idiot. I should have just auto-resolved. It would have let me auto-resolve. Terrible. Well, you know, that's what I get. I didn't run a campaign. I didn't fight the whole campaign long, and it turns out that I suck. Surprising.
强不屈。
顽强不屈。
Terrible.
准备开战。
敌军四散而逃，到底是无胆鼠辈！
快快快，速速前进，诛灭敌军！
加快速度！不要留情！
敌机已至，前进！
蛇骨断金！
But now that most of my people are dead, I can play like a normal battle. You know, if you give me 40 units, all I'm gonna do is play like it's like a surface area equation, right? If you give me twice as many things, I'll play 4 times as bad as I normally would, and that's just real. I don't play bad on purpose. I just literally can't be good. It's why I don't play multiplayer in Warhammer, even though I love it. I've never played a single match. I know I would just like it wouldn't even be fun to beat me. I'm so bad at the game. Nobody would even enjoy just beating me because I'm so lousy. If the computer could have just like quit playing against me ages ago, it would have. Out of just like disgust with how boring they are, how bored they are with playing against me. But fortunately, the computer doesn't have that choice. And now they're gonna try to defend the main square and we'll shoot them up in various ways. We got bunches of ammo still, so, you know. I think we're army lost in him now. That's, it might be the worst I've ever played. It's hard to say. I mean, look, any battle that you lose is worse than one you win. But... yeah. 0 poison volley value. 0 value really from any of the generals. Just garbage play. Just terrible, terrible play.
放他们回家去吧。只有稳固发展，人们才会交口称赞。
But you know, they're not an emperor anymore. And I have claimed an emperor seat. And now we get all of these good abilities from these guys, which, you know, we'll probably want to... Yeah, we put Shu in there, and then we get just a ton of stuff. Not gonna help me being bad at playing the game, but it is a ton of stuff. Basically, none of these guys have good abilities for being in the Emperor's clan places, but... What a bad fight. What a terrible performance. Like, I don't really believe in that juggernaut anymore. Because the thing is that we can't pay for this for very long.
叩谢天恩。
快点！
Alright, so this army's just gonna die. This army's probably just gonna die. Well, I don't even want this army anymore, but I can't get rid of it. I am so unhappy that I have this army at all. Like, whenever I got this faction, they had this army just sort of stranded in here, and it's useless.
拿起武器。
如此甚善。
又是你这厮！
And he would accept peace. Not a confederation, but... Oh, he'll accept peace and a vassalization. Well, that's perfection then, because we'll just... give him some stuff, vassalize him without the guarantee to not take him over. Yeah, perfect.
行吧。
Alright. So now, we've betrayed Liu Bei, but then now he works for us, and he'll give us some of his money.
你要怎样？
Because now, with the Duchy of Shu-Han on our side, that's a lot of friends, you know. Because we were going to have to make them our enemies, but now, we're friends again.
根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。
And we just need to drop the prestige building. Make more food, make more food. All right. Well, when it comes to a one-turn war, that went perfectly. We got terribly beaten up, but we're not revenue negative anymore. We are trespassing a little bit, but hey, what are you going to do? Well, I think we know that Wu is the place to turn our attention now. We need one army in the north, though. We have to have something here. We probably want something over here. And then these armies can push against Wu. These four armies can push against Wu. So not really worried about Liu Bei cracking back here. Yes, Luke, yes. It was beautiful. I mean, the battle was ugly. The battle was real rough. It was super bad. We barely pulled it out. You know how whenever I'm playing, if I have two armies, I just send them in a siege and then say, what happened? Yeah, it was a lot of that. But, yeah. Wu declared, and then I got there, and I declared, and then Liu Bei declared, and then the old Kingdom of Zhou up here threw away the Han Empire. We vassalized Yuan Shu and a couple of the other neighbors, which is pretty excellent, and then, or rather, we confederated them, and then we took the emperor's seat and vassalized Liu Bei. You know, Yuan Shu, as a member of the court, you know, he has a whole bunch of nice abilities, you know, satisfaction, charge bonus, you know, all sorts of fun things. Sure, he's an ambitious power monger, but... Oh, the other funny thing, when we confederated Yuan Shu, since we married into the family, like, we've got something like 10 or 11 relatives that we've got there, so we didn't even have to pay, like, basically any salaries for it.
朋友，欢迎。
Like, would you like this eunuch? And then at least he won't, like, have this land here in the middle of my land. We are so close to being broke. Wang Long is a relative now? Yeah, I think he married into the family. No, I don't know. I don't know who she's related to. But yeah, he's like, there's just like everybody was a relative. The Dao family was a relative. The Yuan family is a relative. Like, it was pretty nice, you know, because we picked up huge amounts of things and then the salary didn't go up that much. But yeah, oh yeah, and we confederated Wang Long. Because, you know. Well, because I thought we were going to have this fight with Shu-Han, but they ended up not wanting any of the smoke, you know. I think if we have this many Fury of Baha'i, we'll just die in any siege battle, but... whatever. So you'd also want the rest of that? Yeah, for sure. Because otherwise, you know, you don't want somebody else to have lands in the middle of your lands. Because the thing about Wu here, right, is that Shu-Han has the spine right here. And of course they're between Zhurong and them, but Zhurong is not at war with me or any of my friends, and, you know, I guess we were cool with her until we made the treaties with her enemies. Will you be my vassal? Never. Too good to hope for, right? Yeah, but then they still have the Hongdu Pass. And I was like, you know, we can deal with this. Gongdu is still kicking over here. Wow. It's 220 and Gongdu is still kicking it. But I figured, you know, we could spin up a couple of armies. Yep. Yonshu was hanging out here, and then he had Hongdu Pass, and that was all the land that he had. And I was like, hey, aren't you my wife's uncle? Everybody says such bad things about you, but I bet as long as you're not the heir, we'll be okay. We've got 4 lovely children. 2 boys, 2 girls, you know. One of each color of the rainbow, except for red. Alright. And the thing is that Wu is poor. And we know that, like, whatever Zhu has going on here, they're very poor, yeah. Like, I think they just got declared there because, like, Yuan Shao and Cao Cao were in such bad shape, right? and they were the only other eligible contenders. So... He doesn't want me to be the emperor. We've been in a coalition with Gongsun Zhu since his father's day, you know. But hey, you know, does he hate us? Yes. Is he going to do anything about it? No. Probably. But yeah, so the forces of Shu-Han can go home a little bit, and then we're going to reposition for the attack on Wu. We leave 2 armies up here so Yuan Shao and Cao Cao don't get too frisky. And then if they try to move in on the heartland there, we'll be able to swing in here. It only takes, what, 2 days? Yeah. I don't think Cao Cao is going to want to fight us, right? Yeah, me and him are cool. He works for Yuan Shao still. I'm like, why don't you confederate with me, buddy? You know, he's actually within 18 of it, so maybe someday he will. Maybe someday he will. After all, they're not the emperor, and they don't think they should be. They don't even have a duchy, you know? Don't even have a duchy. Most of the armies at the pass, yeah. I was thinking, like, go in the mountains there at Shangyong, but then I was like, you know, that is... You gotta walk through the long way. Gongsun Zhu, can't you deal with this on your own? It's just Yuan Shao. How bad can he be? He's not the boogeyman Cao Cao, who's knocking on your door, by the way. Yuan Bi has come of age. Whose kid are you? alright. Relations doesn't tell you whose kid he is. One of the Yuan clan. You know, we got a big family, right? Oh, no, what? No, what? Look, if you double-click on somebody in the family tree, it shouldn't make them not the heir anymore. I have a big problem with the behavior of this game when it comes to removing my heir. I do not think it should do that. It makes me really mad. I don't understand why it could even happen. There should be a dialogue box. Like, do you really want to get rid of your heir? Ay, ay, ay. Infuriating. Yeah. So annoying. If I ever quit the game forever, it'll be because of like that. I'll just misclick and then I'll say, okay, that's fine. I was done shooting my video anyway.
我绝不动摇。
心如止水，气聚神凝。
So broke.
向前进军。
Broke 6k bank store. Well, look, I had like 130 for so much of the campaign. broke like I can't just get 6 more armies. I did spool up a whole lot all of a sudden, right? I'm used to seeing, you know, positive 30k instead of, you know... Man, it's a lot. It's a lot to pay. So, we don't want to... Yeah, we don't need him to do any of that stuff, because these are our friends.
摇唇鼓舌，真是聒噪。
我们还有什么可说的？
Satisfaction enough. You buy turn coins, use their points to summon them until they make all of them mad enough to join you. That does sound fun. Because we used, you know, diplomacy, but the diplomacy we really used was beating the enemy over the head. And now finally we can get rid of this army, but first we should get rid of the units, because we might want to use these heroes for something later, and we certainly won't want to pay for these units. Rapid Tiger Infantry are good, though. I mean, they're not very good, though. They're not 170 good. Not when we have access to imperial units, right?
大人，有话直说。
大人，悉听尊便。大人有何打算？
Alright, there we go. Much better.
向前进军。
一往无前。
Zhuge Liang having a party over here. Liu Biao's still kicking it. 77, he's just happy. He's like, look, I don't gotta run anything anymore. My buddy Liu Bei takes care of all that. Protector of Three Realms. What a legend. Ah, Ma Teng finally dealt with Gongdu, I guess. Finally. Rare for Wu to not be a kingdom. Yeah, it seems like if you don't antagonize them early because of, like, their ability to just swap up this land here and then to just win fights with these very weaker factions over here to the left, combined with the auto-resolve bonus they get whenever Sun Tzu is in charge of it. Because, of course, he's still alive somehow, you know, like, my reckless guy, he stabilized, you know, he's not so reckless anymore. But I think here we go through their land, right? Because when we attack, we wanna swallow this up and like push them off of the river. Because, well, Liu Bei is going to be dealing with the crackback, right? Because Wu is between Nanmen and my vassals at this point, but, you know, we'll have to make a difference early. Swoop up. We'll declare next turn, probably, or...
正在行进。
Hopefully our wardens in the north here won't have to do anything. I think we should just... You know, I put the Azure Dragons in the army, and then, like, 2 turns later I get the Emperor's seat. That was a waste of a huge amount of money. Well, we'll hold on to some of them anyway. Alright. The die is cast, etc., etc. You know, the Duchy of Shu-Han, it is not a small amount of land they had left, thanks to Liu Bao's hard work and not Liu Bei's hard work. We march here to be in position for... Oh, Sun Tzu's right there. Well, maybe we don't do that next turn. We'll see. We'll see.
实乃得陇望蜀。
Sounds like CPU would do. Yeah, right. I'm like, we still have military access with the Cao Cao. Yeah, we've had it for ages. He's got such a small faction. Just in my head, like, he's always a boogeyman. He's like, he's not even mad at me. We're cool, you know. We're pals. Of course, if he rolls all this up, there's no telling how he'll feel once he gets stronger, but... Move here, go to ambush. We lose a little bit of healing there. Just what, like 20% on 2 crossbows. Getting it in time is more important than that. Alright, so the strategists killed 230 entities in the battle, and these 2 fools killed 22 each. What do we pay them for? I think they're all brothers and sisters here. They're all the Zhang clan.
大人，有何吩咐？
Level difference? Fair enough. Auto-resolve favors the levels. Got it.
我军必胜。唯有扫清六合，天下才能平定。
正在行进，陷阱已设下。
振作起来！
Imagine you're Sansa and you're like, yeah, everything's good. And they're like, Kong Rong attacks. And he's like, who? Kong Rong? Like, no, that's the librarian. What's he gonna do? They're like, no, you're really gonna want to get on your horse for this one. The Kingdom of Ju has declared war on us. And someone is attacking our vassal. Obviously, will. Who all? Oh, it's the whole Kingdom of Ju's vassal thing. Ma Teng. Oh yeah, they're all part of that crew. Got it. Got it. Yeah, wants a non-aggression pact? I mean, yeah, sure, man. Like, I don't want to hurt you. But do you want to just, like, join me, though? No. Why don't you just hold on to that land for a little bit and see if you feel a little different about things later. The Han Empire has been succeeded by Ju Tai? What? Like... Okay. Good for him. And now, of course, it gets even more fun because, well, we're just gonna sack this land here in the north to him. Like, there's no point in trying to defend it. I'm like, are we going for a campaign where we don't lose the battle? No. Who cares? So they took the bait. Oh, this is gonna make Queen Zhurong love us.
开战！ 憧憬胜利，尔等必将无往不利。
Probably should have done that ourselves, but maybe it'll be fine. I'm like, the cav is very beat up.
保持原样。
Oh yeah, we should do that.
朋友，欢迎。
I'm like, remember all that time I gave you money? How much would you pay me for a single city? And he'd be like, oh, you mean everything I got? Plus all of your money?
「足下之举，堪称仁义。真喜讯也。
Whoops. Clicked out of the frame.
“我还以为你死了。”
I think Ma Teng just did it because he wanted to have a party. He wasn't vassalized. Oh, right, yeah.
别来无恙。
Totally forgot that you could trade things on the other side of the map.
足下之举，堪称仁义。
相信直觉，力求上进。
我的目标十分明确。
And now he's almost where he's supposed to be, right? Oh, we clicked on the wrong place. Well,
感受到了家的温暖。
you know, I should really stop doing that. It's like you click on this one and then you're like, oh, raise army, but then you don't click on the right button that's over the right place. If you're me. If you're me, you do it wrong every time. And again, if you're me, I'm sorry. The world never should have done that to you. Shouldn't have done it to me. You know, there's nothing I can do to help you with it, though. If you're me, you're me.
为了天下苍生，万民之声不可小觑。
And of course, if you are me and you have a problem, I'll tell you what I tell myself every day. I don't care.
难以达成，回归原状，各就各位，追寻荣耀。
每一步都颇具质。
I guess we send this army up to mess with those
看来你这
fools.
次是要浪费孤的时间。如此小小举动，可使你我关系更加牢固。
今日还有何妖言？ 由此可见，足下堪称才思敏捷。
Like you aren't gonna get too worried about me when I'm off doing my business, walking through your lands with my armies, right? Here's some rice. I promise I won't do anything to you. Yeah. Give her some autonomy. Give her a little bit of rice. Ready to roll. Boom, baby.
就听你的吧。
That's another vassal. More people peacefully coming to the fold.
方接受。
Sure, some of them had to have wars first, but not all of them. I think many of them are just impressed by the fact that, you know, I'm an emperor.
今日还有何妖言？
Yeah, Hubei is almost where he's supposed to be. If you could just... Look, hey, you know, Cao Cao didn't get to be Wei. It really just warms my heart to see the damage we did to them by buying land from them, by giving them what they wanted, by giving them money, how we corrupted and damaged their prospects.
坚持不懈。 满怀信念，奋力一战。
And then she'll spring out of ambush and take this. Ha ha ha! Mwah ha ha!
思维迅捷，则可避其锋芒。
And it's all happening in the spring of 220. How fortuitous, right? Oh, yeah, there we go. Messing up the food production for Ma Ting. Get wrecked.
就快点吧。
又是你这厮！
Like, alright, they just declared war. They're not going to see the virtue of peace. We'll have to demonstrate that to them.
正气如火。
If we go over there, well, I mean, I don't think Cao Cao or Yuan Shao are going to bushwhack us. We've got treaties with both of them. We can just run this guy over towards Chang'an, I guess, you know, and then get another army to help him out as we go. All right, we're gonna do the second level of military technology now to get towers and stuff. And this poor guy. Some of them just remember the brief period of time when they held the house of the Emperor. I'm like, what? Oh, he, well, we just retreat here. And then now he's locked in there with the rest of us. Would not approve his descendant being an emperor. Yeah. Forest fires? How could you?
向前推进。今日此战，乃是大义之胜，真是愚不可及。
Like, is it really shorter to go around? We'll just go up this way then. And push back these fools. And then maybe... Yeah, it's like, no, he's real opposed to it. He would rather join my faction entirely than pay me money. Which, you know, fair. I too would rather give up playing the game than let somebody else win.
天下才能平定。
保存体力，快去！怒吼吧！智取胜于强攻。
This is the 76-year-old Nanman general that he's been employing for a while.
我等非蛮夷也，放了吧，无法为我军所用。
Sun Fu used to work for me, I think, but maybe it was a different guy.
稍事休
Sun
息。
Tzu is going to want to go over there, so we're going to
立刻群敌。定国安民，
move here.
回家的感觉真不错。稍事休息。统一
And
行
put
进。
this group into ambush right here. If it doesn't work, we can just back out. Kong Rong's army can take theirs, probably. Sure, it's got Sun Ren and stuff. But fundamentally, this is just like an army. Sure, it's with juiced stats on the cav, but it's just an army. An army with militia. An army with stuff. And I've got, you know, better than stuff. I've got the Fury behind trebuchets.
护国讨贼。今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。
Alright, and he takes the night battle arrow thing, and because this guy's not going to get there for a while. Look at this guy's name. Sun Qian. Not Sun Chuan, but Sun Qian. It's Qian. Chuan. Very different names. They probably aren't spelled anything alike when you draw the picture of the word.
别来无恙。
So, the Duchy of Shu-Han just adores us, right? Like, he's a virtuous paragon, so we only got 5 points of I'm a sketchy guy. Oh. So for declaring the allied support, we vastly overtook in like what the 5-point penalty for declaring war against Liu Bei was, just for making him a vassal and then backing him up afterward. Feels good.
烈火燎原，筋疲力竭，再难行进。
正在行进。
I don't know if I should be going away from home, but like, but we've got treaties with these guys, so I think they'll, and we were like giving them food, but I think they will, you know, break a treaty at least a turn or two before we have to fight. But really, I just want to deal with these dudes in the hinterland, sell their land off here to them, and then, you know, they'll be multiple days away if they want to come in. Yuan Ji, the faction heir? Who'd you marry? We're hoping that Shu-Han is going to be able to make a difference in this war here. Lady Zhurong likes me. Not enough to work for me. We just want her to chill and to keep fighting Wu, right? That's what we want. Because in a turn or two, we're going to be able to cross the river. Sun Tzu is either going to fight here or have to turn tail and run, and either one is okay with us. Because we've got our vassal on the river now. This is nice. This fool gets to landfall, but we have to figure that... Oh, we can't catch him. Well... This is a small army. If we just march here, then yeah, we'd have, you know, 3 generals plus this... Yeah, 3 generals plus this, we could definitely fight just like... That would be like a nice little beginning of the game battle, only I'd have the advantage because there's 3 of me. And he won't be able to get up in the other direction. If he goes this way, we'll be able to swoop in and catch him there, I think. And that's even in march stance. So, good deal, good deal. Yeah. And Gongsun Shu-Han taking Wuhu across the river. That's just awesome, right? Like, there's our foothold. There's our way across the Yangtze. And territory to heal in while we're walking. Perfection. Got to love it. Wu is pretty close to abdicating. Hello, birdie guys. I mean, 17 away from abdicating? That's pretty close. But I imagine we'll just swallow him up.
朋友，别来无恙。
Alright, so Sun Tzu didn't take the bait, which means now we have 2 full armies that are going to be able to attack him here at this this lumberyard. Now, a lumberyard is not the best place to invade, but it'll work. It'll work just fine. After all, we got the Fury of Bahai. Oh yeah, finally gonna fight a battle. That's right, that's what the people want to see. That's right, we got the better armor for him. The hardened candy shell. How much land do they have? But of course they've been getting a lot in this war. Or some. I feel like they had less when I confederated them, but I guess they... Well, we gave them Yanshu's previous land, and then I guess they were rolling up over here. Yeah. I mean, look at them. Look at them doing so good. Hey, Froggy. How are you? Alright, I'm going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back to do this huge battle You know, not a lot of big battles in this campaign, but this will be one. Of course, my single army could probably... Sometimes easier. Yes, well, the weather is nice, and that means my brother has turned off the air conditioning, and that means the windows need to be open, and so I have the curtain. It's actually like a blanket clothespin to where the curtains and or blinds would normally go. I'm an animal. I don't normally do it. The other one on the other window, there's a whole thing of dust. I'm betraying, like, the way that I live here. There's this whole thing of dust when I went to move the curtain, because I never move that curtain. I sometimes move this one. But anyway, that's why it looks slightly different. Anyway, I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to go and get another drink of some beautiful Mountain Dew established in 1948, a very good year for soft drinks. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. See you guys then. All right. All right. Time to get to it. The most important battle we'll ever fight. I mean, it might be. So you claim the title of Emperor? There can be only one chosen of heaven, Highlander. And by my blade I shall prove that the right is mine. I will not let the celestial power fall into your worthy hands. You killed my father. Prepare to die. He didn't really do all that, but you know. And actually, Azure Dragons with Poison Shot is pretty sweet, right? Alright, so the problem with this place, right, is that it's very difficult to burn down the towers. But fortunately, these are just like baby towers. Just little towers. And also, we have like a ton of ammo to work with. So let's just start her up. Because the thing is, too, is Fury of Baha'i, like, basically ranged the tower. They don't quite, but they almost do. So, you know, they really get it done in the phase of the battle after the initial siege. So we might be getting them to come out to us for all I know. Also, let's not forget, Kong Rong's got an elephant. He's had it this whole time. He's just been sitting on it, reading books for 20 years. And eventually, you know, 5 or 6 years ago, he woke up and he's like, oh my goodness, this elephant made me forget that I needed a wife. But of course, now he's got 4 heirs. Or 4 children, rather. Only 1 heir, his wife. Because even with, like, not ideal accuracy, you know, it only takes, like, 1 fire thing to get flung at it, and then you're good. Totally good. And even if you spend, like, a lot of your trebuchet ammo doing this, or a lot of your ammo in general, like, because towers are so good, and whenever I'm playing, like, man, I will lose, like, I'll lose 2 or 3 entire units to a tower. So, basically spending a whole trebuchet just to get him down, it's worth it. It would be better if we hit it faster. I don't have any flame arrows in the whole build, though. We didn't bring any. Now these angles are super clumsy too. I think we actually just hit though. Yeah, there we go. You know, you just gotta believe. Because for every time that you're like, it's not gonna work, then you zoom in and it's like, boom, direct hit, no. But then the next time you can believe. Maybe the time after that. The point is, we still have like 10 more rounds, and the towers are down, so, you know, we're going down. We've got 4 towers. And then we'll run in this way, and try not to get shot up by this. Alright, we got a hit. A fine hit. Alright, we also have 2 poison volley folk. So this is like the meeting of the minds, right? Kong Rong and Sima Yi hanging out as our entirely overwhelming force jockeys for position. It's a little unnecessary, and that means it's 100% necessary. The towers are burning now, and that means it's time to get into position, baby. Time to shoot up these fools. The towers are burning, and along with them all hopes for peace between Wu and the kingdom of Qi. Never should have come here. Oh, we are gonna tune them up so bad. Look at all of this stuff. Alright, so that wasn't ideal, but actually it ended up hitting like 4 things. Totally decent. Yeah, I mean 3. I was hoping we could like throw it right down the line. But the thing about the Fury of Baha'i is, if they just let me shoot at them, they're gonna melt. My dude's got a lot of ammo. And this is real Warhammer feeling, right? Standing on the outside. Alright, so Sun Ren might hit me with the old Heartseeker, though. But we're just going to stand right here. Maybe she doesn't have it, right? She's level 5. Maybe she doesn't have it. Gorgeous. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's the good stuff. He is absolutely going to accept my rightful claim to the throne here. This is what I'm talking about. See, this is better. No wall to take. Just a brutal miscalculation by Sun Tzu whenever he declared himself king, because I wasn't even sure, right? I wasn't even sure that I was going to declare myself on time. I was like, maybe I'll wait. After all, everything is so beautiful and pure here in the Three Kingdoms. And then this guy is like, I'm going to be the king. You want to duel me? Very well, I accept. This dude's got the rule. Also, he has Sima Yi gonna come up and drop down all of his evasion stats. It's gonna be great. Sun Tzu's coming out, and you know what that means. Let's get on him. He's trying to run away, but then, you know, he's gonna get into the withering crossbow fire. His reinforcements not reinforcing at all. We turn back around. The Protectors of Heaven will be on him in no time. We back out a little bit. Sun Ren's charge, definitely inspiring. And here, you know, now their cav is coming out. You know, they're tired of this game. But of course, right on time. I mean, they're gonna get on top of some of the crossbows, but not enough of them. Sun Ren wants to brawl? Yeah, let's go. She'll probably win, but I'm a sentinel. And there we win. And we're going to run on foot. Please, just go hit him. And Sima Yi here to mess up all of their abilities, you know. We'll just sit right here and get that old... Oh, never mind. He doesn't even have that one. That's, for him, that's his special ability, and he just doesn't have it yet. I'm like, that's the other kind. Alright, and now, here we go. Here it comes. They're gonna walk right into this. And we poison volley. This is like a straight win to death. Come on, shoot it, shoot it. Yes. Yes. Oh, beautiful, is it not? Look at them. They all lined up. It's like 10 units to hit with it. Oh, Sun Ren is mauling him. Oh, man. Oh, my girl, I love you so much. You're so much better at fighting. Oh, because we killed Sun Tzu, so she healed. Well, that's okay. It's about sending a message, and that message is that Sun Ren's a champion. And we're gonna try another big shot there. So he just like charges her. This is, you know, unwise. We're gonna get off of the horse here and try to pop her. This should work. We'll just run up with the rule and get the beatdown going. She's unhorsed as well, so she's gonna want to party, right? But we're in there with it. We'll hit her with the old hamstring. That'll slow her down. Oh, my girl, I'm so sorry. She deserves to win. Look at her. Look how brave she is. Oh, and then we hit her in the back. She challenges me to a duel. But I'm not going to do it. We're just going to beat her the old-fashioned unfair way. Blob fight happening here. This is amazing. This is like what we want out of the world. Tufa Yuan beats down Sun Ren. I'll forgive him. And here we see that this army's quite good for minor settlement battles. Because the thing about the Fury of Bahai is they're not going to convert damage over a wall, but they are going to shoot for 10 minutes. in a situation like this, and that's so good. $250 kills on one Fury Baha'i, 200 on another. Like, bonkers performance.
下执于地，上参于天。都是为各自信念而战罢了。廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
你要怎样？
Like, alright, they really don't want to do this. How about just work for me? Yeah, I guess a bunch of people are going to get mad at me for releasing Wu generals, but like, look, we just don't execute people. What are you going to do? It's not our way. We're the kingdom of Qi, okay? We're different than that. Even if they had, like, a really good item that I wanted. Depending on the item. Capture chance, yeah. And we'll get the old speed and the retinue off of that. But yeah, excellent stuff. Because Wu now is far on the back foot indeed. And we have a river crossing right here into the land of our vassal. Amazing. We should put him in charge of the army.
大人光临乃是荣幸之至。 听凭吩咐。
It's so weird seeing Yonshu's face and being like, this guy is me, this guy is my friend. I thought of playing him for the campaign that I was doing. I'm like, what would it be like if everybody hated me? I mean, no, not like real life, but in a different way. I'm just joking. I've always been far more popular than I had any right to be. I've always been a lot like Austin Powers. Like, women wanted me and men wanted to be me. Everywhere I go, people stare at my face and they're like, wow, if I could look in one mustache-related way more like that guy, that would be everything I needed. And I can tell the envy, and I welcome it. You know, that's what I'm here for, honestly, in the world, is to create the envy of mustaches in others. Now, not everybody can do that. Also, it occurs to me, if we don't get a guy to this pass in time... I'm like, yeah, if we don't get a guy to this pass in time, then we'll lose it. I mean, we could just sell it to this person. That's what we'll do. I'm like, we don't need to hold on to it, right? Yeah, we'll just give it to her. There you go. I was like, if I lose it, then we'll lose a battle. It does occur to me now, I'm like, you know, with the ability to give away your settlements, depending, maybe, like, not losing a battle in a campaign is slightly more achievable than I'd thought. But as it is here, like, are they going to send an army out this way? I don't know. We might want to get an army here. But I think probably they won't. Probably. The reason I think that is I think they have enough problems going on between Queen Zhurong and me. I imagine be fine. You know, I'm like, you know, she actually probably is going to hate me for releasing their generals, but you know, you can't stop being who you are just because other people judge you for it, right? Like you gotta stay what you are. You gotta believe Gotta believe.
看来你这厮是要浪费孤的时间。
Cao Cao is gonna like us less and less as we continue on with this campaign. Will he get over it? Maybe. Look, it's not gonna be the end of the world if we end up dropping a battle and not winning a flawless victory. But it's still like, now that it's sort of within reach, I'm like, man, why shouldn't I do it after all? And they finally caught the spy. And we're going to deploy this turncoat here. Because, you know, if we can get that guy to betray the army that he's in. It's actually this guy. He doesn't really have much of an army, does he? But look, Liu Bei's bringing the heat up to the north. Be funny if he gets to Chang'an before I do. Declares himself emperor again. I mean, it wouldn't be funny. It would be hysterical. I'd be so proud of him.
不断前行，整装待发。
各就各位。
We're gonna go down that direction here, and Yonshu will move up here first.
很高兴与你见面。
Wu is 6.5 away from abdicating, which would be just much better than taking the emperor's seat, right?
有话快说。
Because he's not just gonna. Yeah, we might be able to do it. Might be able to. Obviously, we will take the Emperor's seat if it comes to that. Oh, we didn't move these guys. Whoops. That's okay. Our guys in the north that are there. Principally to bash these fools that were so full of temerity as to declare war on us. But after all that, Huntong gets beat down in the snow, in the shadow of the mountain. Time comes for us all. Tick-tock.
快滚回去吧！我军必胜！今日此战，乃是大义之胜。 正在行进，正在行进。
Alright, that worked fine.
开战，杀呀！计谋胜于蛮力，为我等所用吧。
We grab the Iron Mine. The guy is a failed assassin to a strategist. Chump.
有话快说。 齐武器。
And we'll just slide it there. And roll him up. Liu Bei, though, like, he's going on the warpath, but, like, between Ma Teng's armies and the armies of the pretender emperor here, Dong Li, who, like, you know, I'm glad that it's an empress. I mean, good for her, right? But what we're going to do is need to demand her abdication eventually. Or, you know, just beat the brakes right off, whichever comes first.
深谋远虑。回归原状，追寻荣耀。
收拾休息。
Get a little turn of healing, get them into better shape. Now, if we move here, what's the worst that could happen?
为
Nothing.
天下黎明。
They don't have anything, right? Yeah, they don't have anything.
我等信念如一，这便是上天的恩赐。
And even if they did, this army, you know, we would just get the poison volleys to go off properly and not misplay them like I constantly do, and it'd be fine. Yep, and we are just rolling up Wu.
胜利源于悉心谋划，正需此地。
And I would much prefer to absorb their faction than to have to fight them off all the way after taking the Emperor's
岂
seat.
容你胡闹？
Got him. Got him. You know, if we had kept the gate pass, we'd be able to re-recruit our armies up here, but I guess we can just... We can do that at Hongnong. Yeah, I guess with that in mind, we do keep pressing through the mountains there. Alright, yeah, so we grab Wu.
朕准你觐见，实应叩谢天恩。
They yield their position. They acknowledge me as the Emperor with the mandate of heaven. And they join my faction. Did the game crash?
提的
Okay.
还算合理。
Or rather, they become my vassal. Or maybe, no, they confederate. It just hasn't registered yet. Because we didn't go far enough out. Yep, there we go. Amazing.
请坐，有话请讲。
And we're trending positively with Queen Zhurong. Which is great, because of course, she's the only person over here anymore. Her and Mulu. We're probably pretty positive with Mulu, too. Yeah. Alright, so the first thing we gotta do is say... Chengxiong! First of all, I'd like to thank the Academy, because now we have access to all the people Wu had that were in armies. Look! It's my girl! Look! It's Sun Ce, the little conqueror! He's got the Imperial Jade Seal! Lady Wu is using the daughter's bow, okay. Yeah, so... Wonderful stuff.
大人，有话直说。
We're gonna recall some retinues real
有
quick.
话直说。大人召我，荣幸之至。
大人，为您效劳。
Because now, of course, the borders of our empire are vastly different than before.
又是你这
Do you want to join up? No. Now we just need to, so we'll go here across the Chi Pass and then get to the port here, I guess. Yeah. You know, it all works out. Thing is though, is that these armies are so expensive. We'll probably lose a battle in this one with the borders like this. I mean, it'll be okay, right? I'll get over it.
有何吩咐？
So Zhengjiang we're gonna want in an army, right?
大人为您效劳。
大人有何贵干？
想问点什么？
Sun Chuan, we're taking that bow away.
有何事要求我？
悉听尊便。你叫我？准备作战。
Alright, and with that, most of the armies are gone. It's, because we got a huge corruption hit from doing it also. So, you know, we're gonna look up here, and yeah, it's 36% corruption now, which is bonkers compared to, you know, where we have been the whole game. But we'll hit them with the filial and incorrupt there. And here.
"欢迎，请坐。
Ah, Song is finally a duchy now. Good for them. Well, you know, we've got a few turns we can pay for this, but fundamentally, we've got to get rid of some of these armies anyway, right? We don't need them all here.
流水，属下在此。
Because, like, while we could reposition them over there to, you know, make Queen Zhurong not want to attack us, we certainly don't need anybody here in the middle of the lands anymore. Now that the border with Wu doesn't exist.
参见大人。
参见大人。
大人光临乃是荣幸之至。
主公尽管吩咐。
Yeah, next turn we start getting armies up here. Recruit at Dong, force march up the road. Well, no, force march up the road won't work. Recruit at Dong, walk slowly up the road.
力求上进，功名震天。主公尽管吩咐。
大人有何吩咐？
定乱安民。
心怀智略。诸位猛士，随我征战！
We're hoping that they can beat this rebellion down. If not, then, you know, hopefully the combined things there can. Because the thing is now Liu Bei will only have the attention of, you know, this northern coalition, which is just wonderful. Just wonderful. Everything is working out, I mean, flawlessly. Wonderfully. We're probably going to lose some land to my girl Zhurong here, which is fine. It's fine. I'll get over it. Like, the only way we don't lose the land, right, is to somehow tempo up with enough speed. And grab the other emperor's seat with enough time. So they're a lot weaker than me. They're, you know, they don't like me very much, but, you know, I don't think they'd attack us if we were away, you know. Oh, this is like the old Wei army. We don't need this one at all. Like, I don't recognize these people. Alright. So now we're up to positive 16k. After all, even with high corruption, everything works out. Oh right, we never made her the heir again. Whoops. Alright, that's right. And now there's a space for a grand tutor. Alright, they're recovering. Alright. And she divorces her husband. She's sick of him anyway. I can tell. Alright. If we keep Zhenjiang down here, I mean, we, at the very least, we just steal her axes and give them to someone that's going up there, because she's not really a part of the story, right? But her axes are. This is so many people. It's alright. We're just going to keep on churning through it. We've got a good, semi-okay macro-level understanding of how this game works-ish. Alright, yep. The Duchy of Shu-Han wants to be independent. I mean, of course he does. However, I want him to keep working for me. Yeah, I guess the Nonmen are gonna go deal with other things, because they like me, right? Ma Teng is succeeded by Ma Chao. And then our guy defects from the faction there. It looks like Liu Bei retreated and then like did well in that fight. But of course they have many other stalwart armies going up the river there.
击垮敌军。敌无良谋，须臾可破。一往召集众人。
朋友，
And here's the Han Empire, led by Chu Tai of all people. Like, do they even have any land, or are they just living here? I think they're just living here in the mountains.
属下在此。
正在行，召集众人，有要事商议。
All right.
杀呀！烈火燎原！摆设宴席，欢呼庆祝吧！打起精神来！ 怒吼吧！该当如此。根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。力求上进。 看到众人汇集于此，我心甚慰。
Like, where is she? She's not dead. All the way up here. Got it.
目标只有一个。
And there we go. The Red Sisters. Onto our glorious assassin. Oh, Lady Wu's got the ancient silver sword. Let's go ahead and remove that. That would go on someone else even better, I bet. Alright, does any of them have heavenly fire? Yeah, let's go ahead and get that horse. Lady Wu totally stacking everything. Anybody got a bodyguard? Alright. So now Kong Rong's here, and I'm like, yeah, and that's a lot of turns to recruit, but what are you gonna do, right? And we'll raise another army here and get them coming down the road. Sima Yi at the head of it. And the rest of the retinues we'll get next turn. Because we've hit our cap.
我要和谋士见见。
一往无前。
At least this imperial city is so far inland that we'd know beforehand if somebody was coming for us. Probably. Probably. Hey Nosa, you say you forgot to check if there's a stream yesterday. We streamed a couple of different times yesterday. Yesterday was a big nap day. Today's been a very big Total War day. I think we've probably played like 7 hours of this game now. I've been really into this playthrough. Just like so very into it. But did one of them... Did I see... Alright, so bravery is more important, and that'll make Sun Ce and him go with greater happiness. I think we saw an enemy walk up that way. What we want now is the assassin here, and then we'll grab Sun Run, probably. You know, for fun. Alright, faction council time. We just need to see who we want here. Sun Shu-Han gives you happiness for everybody. Fine. I think Sun Ce's craziness only works whenever you're like the big boss. Alright, so that'd give us damage while attacking. Good. We don't need him in his job anymore. We will make him the Minister of Coach. 15 damage for people while we're attacking. Probably good. Yep. Oh my god, it works. Alright, so now, because we got Sun Ce to join us, and he's going to be the Chancellor, we're going to have a 100% charge bonus on cavalry. 100%. This is like why his faction's great, and now it's why our faction's great. But hey, that's all part of being under the umbrella of happiness in China, right? That's what it's all about. Sun Run bonuses aren't good. We're going to make her the minister of the clan. You know, we are related to her distantly in some way. The whole Sun... Like, a whole lot of the families are all related to us, which is all to the good, right? That's exactly what you want. I think Zhengjiang is where we go here. Zhengjiang. And now we will grab this. Get that income from tributaries, damage while attacking. Yeah, good stuff. Sunset, this is like, oh man, this is pretty good. It's pretty good, alright. All these unique people. And I think, yeah, so Zheng He is like also not that good in that particular thing. We will make him the you know, he'll be the head of security. Yeah, you know, the Sun family, they just get such good bonuses. What a crew. Good stuff. Good stuff. And speaking of a crew, time to assemble the crew. Poison Sentinel.
不动摇。
威加海内。
Let's get him into action, right? And 3 more L1 defending faction wide, pretty good. But you know what would be better is giving this bow to Simi. Ancient silver sword to this assassin. Yes, please. No, her horse needs to be faster. We can give him the horse heavenly fire, right? Right. Alright, good stuff. And he did not take the berserk ability, which is excellent. One more level, he'll get roar. Alright, we just need to... Alright, so he has a couple merc cavalry. They're definitely staying. We'll keep one Azure Dragon because they've got poison arrows from her ability, and that's good. We're like being so thoughtful with what we're doing with this army. Let me tell you that we're just going to roll over the foe. With our double charge bonus. It's so obscene. Because, of course, every army has that crazy cavalry now. It's not like it only works for his army. It's all of us. We all get to party. Say yesterday's birthday, Nosa. Well, happy late birthday. I hope you had a good birthday. I'm sure, you know, with it being your birthday, there was lots of stuff to be doing. We're just gonna roll up this way through the pass. Yeah. Because we know there are the shallows right there and the shallows right there, but we can just walk up here and then, yeah. Recruit a couple more armies as we go on our way to stomp the foe. Mulu has declared war on us. Oh, come on, buddy. So we don't call... The Alliance of the Locust Tree has declared war on us. Oh, this is just those guys plus Galgan. Okay.
还是贸易赚钱快。就这样吧。
We take a trade agreement there. Obviously, a trade agreement here or there is very nice. Like, am I at war with you? Yes. Alright, then I'm gonna recruit another army here. I'll show her.
深思熟虑，
全军注意，折而不摧。此为苍生黎民之天下，非暴虐诸侯之天下。
Later, Nusa. Yes, it is good to work on your homework.
见识一下我们的
Perhaps
激
I'll see
情。
you later on, or tomorrow.
力求上进。
Really been having a good time with the platformers in Geometry Dash, like when I last played. So I might even play today. That's not on Sunday.
乱军
They're really cool
终于
levels.
得以平息。根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。立马行动，悉心节约，待时而发。 为天下苍生。正在行进。
拿起武器。
I'm like, I don't even remember this. Oh, this is the guy that's in the mountains. I'm like, where is this?
智者可巧避
The
刀
Mountains
锋
of Tide, yes.
水涨船高。
The Black Mountain Bandits. That's not who these people were, but that is where they live. Sometimes. And where they die. Bum, bum, bum. You know, all that.
我方不会对你造成威胁。
What if instead of a non-aggression pact, I give you a confederation?
我方不会对你造成威胁。
We'll accept the pact because I don't want to fight him, you
真如
know.
我等所料。
I mean, if his vassal master declared on me, what would he do? Break the pact with the master? Probably.
摧垮他们！马上攻击！我们的智略更胜一筹。我等并非蛮夷，淹没他们。
Give her the
他
old
们缺乏
stab.
智略，一切按部就班。
So now all of these fools are like frantically trying to get back home.
悲秋。万民之声不可小觑。放他们回家去吧，这就去办。 心怀怒火，奋勇杀敌。
I mean, I guess we could like cross the river here. But I mean, I figure going up here to cross up there is just as good or better than walking up the pass. And anyway, Simi is walking up that way.
不贪享乐，
You know, we're all walking in. Everybody's trying to do their part.
向前进军，准备远征。
It's so hard to move through this land here. You know, you're not supposed to do it like this. You're supposed to, you know, take the roads from the coast or take the river up and not come here. You take the river up to a port, not to walk in across the bush. But Liu Bei is doing wonderfully. You know, he's not winning, but what he is doing is holding on against Ma Cao now. Because, man, is Liu Bei ever, like, holding on with a ton of militia armies. But, you know, that's what I love about him. Never give up. Never surrender. Okay, maybe he'll surrender sometimes. Maybe he'll, like, just plead random vassalage at any time. But, you know, never, ever, ever give up. We're gonna pull, you know, we're pulling out all the stops. We're bringing all the hits in for this final battle, right? Just so many people in here, and like the vast majority of them are related to us, so we don't even have to pay them when they're not working. It's about to get real over here. And over here, potentially.
朋友，欢迎。
再一次，是时候分道扬镳了。
Kong Su, his son, wants to leave our coalition. Well, that's hurtful. We've only been friends for 30 years. I guess me running around calling myself the Emperor didn't sit too well with him. But to be fair to me, I am the Emperor, though. It was some guy I had. Got too old, I guess. And give it to Shu-Han the farmer. It's a very auspicious name. Tufayon has died.
为了天下
Of natural, non-war related causes. And the rule, his old sword, is up for grabs. It's not really a sword, it's like a halberd thing. That reminds me. I know who would use it well. Sun-Ce, how do you feel about the rule? Oh, they've got Lu Bu. Oh, they do have some big heroes, huh? They still got Zheng Liao. They have Jie Shu, who you don't have to know from looking at him, but he's a real villain. I mean, look at that face. Look at that hat. look at the way he clasps his hands in front of him. Look at that little goatee. They're trying to tell you to watch this guy. Nobody knows what he's got going on.
大人亲临，士气大振。
I wonder if Kong Rong is going to live long enough. He's 68 years old now, so he might not. Send this army up to roll up the flank here so that they can't be doing anything too funny there. This one down to Dong, they can go up to go past the next turn. Hit it on with 1%. Good. This is the old administrator of Edong. And they have Cavalra. Well, you know, we'll just release them. They're gonna have more unhappy generals than they can shake a stick at before long. I'm like, I almost made an oopsie there. I'm like, we can just walk along this side, yeah. I almost jumped into the water without this army even being full HP, and forgetting that you don't actually fight on water. It's all mandatory auto-resolve, so that would have been, you know, embarrassing or bad. This army has really no call to be here anymore.
话直说。
欢迎，我们谈谈吧。一往无前。
We just want to grab an army here. Is there one that's already put together?
扫清六合。
Yellow cab, I mean, it's fine, whatever.
心怀忠正。
Oh, we don't have another retinue. Whoops. That's fine. So they're like burning my stuff, but importantly, they haven't attacked me yet.
大人，愿一切安好。
They're probably thinking about attacking me, but if Zhurong will just leave me alone for a bit. Just a little smidgen of time. Not forever, just some. I think they're just moving through our lands and keeping the fire burning, you know, for fun. As they're trying to get to their other enemies. Not me. We're not enemies, you know. We're pals. Did it just crash? Did it just crash? Maybe. We'll see. Yep. Well, pretty annoying. But I'm not stopping it here because we are within striking distance of the end of the campaign. And it doesn't like feel narratively that great to be like, I'm gonna step on and stream for 28 minutes or however long it takes to finish it up. You know, there's a strong internal pressure for me to finish the story when we're this close to the end, and it shouldn't take too long. I'll have a battle with Lu Bu, maybe one or two more field battles, the final siege, and then, you know, roll it up. It shouldn't take too long to load.
静则怀忠，畏则怀乱。不治民，则民怨怒；民怨怒，则必生乱。主公御下，必先弹压乱贼，以警不臣之心，方可治之。
But at least the crash was at the end turn. It should have auto-saved, and importantly, it's not going to be... The worst crash is when it happens like in the middle of an end turn, when you've already done like a battle against an AI that attacked you. I'm telling an old story now.
切不可以寡击众，应当尽快以智取胜。
And Cao Cao has fallen. And Cao Pi has taken over. I wonder what kind of leader he is. He's an accommodating diplomat. He is not always an underdog.
不再说谎，我等尚有得谈。
我可没心情。开战！
We're gonna go here and hope that he can't move up and pop that place. We're gonna jump into the water and attack him.
智者不巧避刀锋，留着他们不过是浪费物资。
I control the river. And Sima Yi is going to be able to move right up to defend. You know, this is the good stuff here. This is what it's all about.
燃遍天下！拿起武器，根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。见识一下我们的激情。
So now we come in here, minimal casualties on it, capture the port, have this turn to heal up.
快点！
Now they have a lot of forces here, but I can just
大步向前。
go here, move to ambush. Maybe they'll feel frisky and try to cross the river here. They're gonna have such a problem over here, of course.
静以养神。
Yanshu's army got beat up, but we're gonna be able to walk right here and heal up before too long. I hope.
摧垮他们！胜利源于悉心谋划，正需此地。
狗贼有话快说，一见你就心烦。
Shu-Han loves us so much. Which is good, you know, it's good. They do work for us, after all.
很高兴见到足下。
又是你这厮！
This dude, you know, is barely recognized and very poor, but that doesn't stop him from, you
向
know,
前进军！
causing me a headache. What am I doing with this army? It doesn't matter. Sometimes you're just like carried forward by inertia, right? Like by the idea that armies are supposed to be the way they're supposed to be, whether or not they are that thing.
吾将奋起！ 为天下苍生。
This poor fool isn't even a high enough level to get the Fury of Baha'i. Negative 20% character salary. That should count for a lot. We have so many generals. We have 56 people in there. And we hit our various foes with various debuffs. That'll really show them. They'll be sorry.
All 敌方正派遣援兵前来助战，最好重新考虑战术和部署。
Alright, so the jockeying for position on the road to Chang'an happens now. And it's so funny that Lu Bu has stayed with this faction the whole time. Yeah, Luke, Lu Bu's still fighting for him. But so we've got a two-pronged assault coming in, where we're coming over the mountains in this direction and rolling up these folk, and then both, you know, three prongs. We have this one. This isn't really part of the assault, right? This is just like rolling them up, going through here, and then we've got this port here, so we'll be able to keep recruiting and pushing across the river. Now they are so concerned with these folks coming in that they aren't going to be able to do much. We're going to be able to hold the pass here. We'll ambush. No, we can't ambush because it's too far forward. It's all right. We could actually just run up. Oh yeah. So with Sun Ce in the faction, of course, our court is hysterical. You know, Zheng Xiong, Sun Ce, and you know, like you get that big old bonus. You get that 100% bonus to charge. Yep. We rolled them up. I was just like one place away from the Emperor's seat, and I was saying that I wanted to beat him up a little bit and see about getting the abdication, and then they just gave it to me. So, you know, we've got, you know, we gave him the rule. His mom, Lady Wu, had Heavenly Fire. She had Sunren's bow. You know, she might still have Sunren's bow. Yeah, she still does. We need to give it to Sunren. But yeah, and then they had Zheng Xiong as well. We have her in the south. We took her axes away, of course, because like she's not really a part of this story, so I didn't feel bad about not bringing her up to do the fight. So we just took her axe away to give to the Sentinel Assassin that's the companion of the thing. Where Heavenly Fire comes from. I think it's Sun Xian's. I've seen it a few times, always in the Wu family. So it's gotta be from someone there.
恪守职责。
Oh, and here, the ambush worked perfectly, and this fool just walked right into us. But we will do it with this army
消灭敌
first.
军。
Since it doesn't start with it. Ah, okay, okay.
战无不胜。
Yeah, I definitely got it off of them in a previous campaign.
快滚回去吧！
I think Sun Tzu was riding it then, and he had the bow.
快去！养兵千日，用兵一时。
This is just Gao Gan,
设宴百
you
姓，
know, still alive, still being a menace by existing.
职责所在。
But now he's gone.
向前
Gao
进
Gan.
军。
Get Deluge. Come across the top, get Rampart here in a bit.
为了天下和睦，
Like, they're too far to catch me if I just walk in here, aren't they?
向前进军。
I think they are. Yeah, only by marching all the way up could they get there. And if they march all the way up and try to take this three-part thing... Oh, well, actually, Lu Bu could show up. Well, we could retreat, and then they wouldn't be able to do it, and then we would be able to get them on the crackback. Yeah.
打起精神来。杀！开战！
And this dude is just, like, running away from us in the mountains. Classic Total War stuff. Yeah, because if we...
为了大业， 井中有诈。
Yeah, well...
在我们反悔前，赶紧接受吧。
Oh, you want peace now? I got a better idea. Nope, that's the wrong button. This button! Can't wish because I don't own it. Oh, okay. And it's vassal, but the same general unowned land thing applies. Got it.
在我们反悔前，赶紧接受吧。
Now, while we could take this piece and then walk in and take it, that's not what we're doing here. Look.
是我们太过
Our
大度
bushwhack
了
on Liu Bei is only acceptable because he declared himself emperor and he didn't have to do all that. This works perfectly, though. They try to night battle us. We're just going to retreat back through the pass into friendly land. And now they've moved up against the pass. What's that going to help? And we could do this large battle here. But... what if we just retreat?
稍后再召集军队。
Sima Yi very cleverly. Oh, yeah, and now they're locked on this side of the gate. They walked through the gate to try to attack us. And now they would either have to siege it or... perfection, you know. When they did their grappling hook and somersault over the top, Duchy of Song invited the Kingdom of Zhu into their coalition. This is absurd.
此等奸贼，我无话可说。
Well, you know, they won't be doing too much here. Liu Bei, you know, now that he doesn't have any other worries, he's having a party too.
击垮敌军。智取胜于强攻，看压他们。
Mulu declared war on us, but okay, there they are. I'm like, I think if we just get these armies, then we'll be able to, just like a couple armies, because they're Nanmen, right? So they're gonna attack you regardless. You know, they're gonna want to have a war. But Kong Rong is still cool with us. She has a very positive attitude, or rather a mildly positive attitude about us existing. That's always good. Oh yeah, Cao Cao just died. He died in 220 in the spring. He lived long enough to see all of his enemies and rivals declare themselves emperor and know that there was no chance that he was going to do it. He was saying to himself on his deathbed, Sima Yi, why did I ever let you go? I should have given you that job, Sima Yi. He probably thinks that's why I'm doing so well. He's like, Kong Rong never could have done it without you.
对他们严加处罚，恐怕颇为为无不屈。今日此战乃是大义之胜，把俘虏放回去吧。
潮起潮落，足以磨平巨石。快快攻击！
And they run away into the hills. We're just gonna let them be there, right? Yeah. Well, they'll be in the hills here. What are they gonna do? They're gonna walk down in between a pass and Luoyang? Okay. Okay. We're gonna go fight Lu Bu.
蓄锐，静以养神。正在行军。怒吼吧！
He's gonna run.
拉弓之时需屏气凝
But
神，
then we come up here.
不贪享乐，
Now, he cannot
淹
run.
没他们。
Here's the good stuff. This is what it's all about here. A totally outmatched fight against respectable opponents. A totally outmatched fight. After all, we've got double charge bonus on our cavalry. So it ain't fair no more. Oh, right, he doesn't have flaming shot. What a dork. Ah, Lu Bu's here. Do not pursue. Of course, Sima Yi doesn't have his ability. But, you know, he's not getting to level 10 in a campaign like this. We'll just put this guy here to protect the tower. Because this group is going to come in. I've been spending so long planning, and I'm like, oh, right, I remember now. We have reinforcements coming. We'll be fine. My girl's going to be here. Obviously, we're not gonna accept. Honor would forbid. And I'm not dueling a sentinel either. I've learned my lesson. Oh, right. She got charged. Goes down. All right, they've got some spears coming up. We're just gonna charge over here. Y'all are lucky this isn't my Sunrun build, or she'd be popping y'all in the face. All right, we run out with the cavalry. Hopefully that'll keep them from fleeing here. But it doesn't. The roar works too good, you know. Roar too strong. But we're gonna get off of this horse right here with the Axis of Zhengxiang, and hopefully just... No, this is just the sword of the Wu family. And I think it's gonna be enough, though. I think you get off of your sword at you get off of your horse at somebody, and then if they sit still for a bit, you know, you can tune them all the way up. There we go. We catch their cav over here, because they're going to try to get rid of this tower, because towers are awesome, and it's not going to work, because we're too tough for them. We have twice as many units as they do, after all. Like, stop fighting Lu Bu, guys. What are you doing? Okay, Lu Bu is enraged now. I guess we have killed one of his favorite people. Which is kind of interesting, you know? Most of the time, you wouldn't think of him as someone who likes anyone. Alright, we didn't get back on the horse. I left the horse somewhere. She's just gonna walk through these guys and get back on the horse. Alright, Lu Bu is tuning up all of my guys. We need to get somebody in on him, but whom? But whom? Alright, I just want to get on my horse, please. Go on. Just get on the horse. You're right here. You can get on. Come on, just get on the horse. Please get on the horse. Alright, she is not going to get on the horse. She's going to get killed by these G militia. Alright, she just got back on the horse. Good news. Good news, she's going to get killed by Lu Bu instead. Well, we managed to tag our own troops with poison volley. What are you gonna do, right? Should have got off the horse for this. Oh, wow, yeah. Lu Bu, meet your doom! Hiya! 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 We got him. You know, getting a little more beat up than we might have wanted to, but hey, it's Lu Bu. What are you gonna do, right? Because we killed Zhang Liao. Ah, right. He got 282 kills, looking like a me out there. Me not getting any poison volleys off. Just one bad one at the end. Feels bad. Yes, 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 I got him! The best horse in the world! Swimming, greatest assassin, Can I interest you in the finest horse ever found? That's the good stuff right there. If only we had armor commensurate to our quality.
谨遵命令。
出发。
Because now this knot is much more disentangled than it used to be, right? Now, because they have all these armies, but Machao's not a part of their faction, right? They're just allied with them now, but they're not even like a vassal. But this is so if we move in and take the pass, right? And then we've got to, well, because we take Kong Rong next turn.
打起精神来！
But if we move in right
我
here,
军所向披靡。
yeah, there we go. Now they can't get away, and we'll move this way to help with the pass. And if they try to attack us with something, I don't even think they can get to us, right? But we'd be able to play a reverse Uno on them and run away a little bit. It's crazy. I love this campaign map so much because it's like, the better I get to know it, which is still not very well, you'd be like, okay, this will be good because we know that they have to cross, you know, like this annoying terrain if they're coming from over here. So the only way they could come is here. And we know they're not going to be able to make it from the march. And if they did, we could retreat and then be here within our friends. Very nice. All right, we've got our 6 armies up here. We're just going to chase this guy one more time. We finally caught him. Take that, Yujin.
方可取胜。看压他们，只能消耗我军资，我等非蛮夷也。
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
And we're just popping through the reinforcements. What else does Hanfu even have? I think he just has this.
说话小心点。
And yeah, I think he just has this fishing village here at Mingmen. I don't see why he had to mess with me. I mean, I do. He was working for someone who couldn't see that I am obviously supposed to be in charge. I can't see why. It's pretty clear to me. And of course, rather than, you know, I thought I had him between a rock and a hard place. I forgot he could run through the mountains. But of course, what's he going to do over there? Yuan Chong, what are you going to do over there? What do they got over there that I don't have right here? Liu Bei's got swords. We'll release him as a counter spy.
此为苍生黎民之天下。 非暴虐诸侯之天下。我的耐心也是有限度的。
Like, someone here's gonna use this, yeah. Like, I have some generic vanguard somewhere, I know I do. Yeah, because Liu Bei, you know, in spite of his militia, you know, he's got this really good heartland, and Zhurong's not messing with us right now, so he's able to actually, you know, put the hurt on there.
别来无恙。
挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。大人到此，蓬荜生辉。开战！思维迅捷，则可避其锋芒。
I'm like, is it gonna make me trespass whenever we walk forward here?
放了吧，
Yes.
无法为我军所用，
It
不可
will.
勉强行事。整装待发。
以柔克刚。
摆好阵势，准备出击。
It's like, whatever, we don't need a strategist to fight Non. Alright, here we go. Oh, this is the guy, spent season in hostile lands, so you get a problem for that. Well, he will go...
为了天下大义。战争也是终结乱世的一种
She's
办
Yuli's
法。
favorite place to push into in the north, but Zhurong's mind is pretty restless. You have the gate pass.
还是有些用处。
You know, it's all a tough place to get into. There's, you know, like having the mountains here, like it's a little annoying. Every single way from Shu into the north is just like a nightmare. Like, no wonder they were so unhappy there.
做好准备，统一行进。
请下命令，尽情厮杀。
Oh, the gate pass was actually, you know, I'm so used to the auto resolve favoring it, but I guess the auto resolve likes my army. You know, highly armored,
得以平息。
big range damage. Yeah, it assigns 400 damage to the Fury of Baha'i, so it certainly thinks that we're trading across pretty well there.
此诚甚善，先收下了。
And we're down to 30k money. We're gonna be bringing this one in by the skin of the teeth, you
匹
know.
夫之见，不可理喻。
AP versus arm, yeah. I thought like that they would give it more favor for being fortified.
向前进军，立刻群敌。
Yeah, like where is everybody?
枯叶虽落，必能重生。迅速出击！
快去！每一步都充满智慧。
It's just so far away from everything. It's fine. Those guys don't need to show up to the party. Yeah, so they get up to the gate pass, but now, you know, Liu Bei, he's spooky for that emperor's seat too, you know. He sees that as his route to legitimacy again. He only asked the one time to be set free of his obligations to us, and I was like, kinda liked hanging out with you, man.
定筹壮志， 振作起来！
正在行进。
回归原状。
力争天下衰弊，虽万死而不辞。
以逸待劳，静候敌军。
准备作战，保持原样。
开战！
不可能这样做。
静下心来，不断前行。该处理一下政务了。
以逸待劳。
She took Red Cliffs? From whom?
感荣幸，
She's only at war with Gongdu right now. That's scary.
你我或能彼此相助。
Well, we got one turn to do this.
坚定不移。
Yeah, because if we go up right now,
消灭敌军！怒吼吧！
encircle, then we can march this army up, and, you know, we didn't really need to get rid of their units, I guess.
振作起来，正在行进。
I was just like, if they come in as reinforcements in a really big battle, but it wasn't going to be that big of a battle, right?
准备行动。
Here, then we'll trade.
群山伫立的样子，真令人害怕。
Oh, this is just for the whole retinue, right? Well, she's very beat up, so we will. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
心存智慧。
杀呀！
Oh,
为
but
了天下苍生，
I guess we weren't close enough.
时机未至，真是不可理喻。
Okay, so problem.
释放怒火吧！我们撤。
All right, we'll back off here. Night battle them off.
我等信念如一，这便是上天的恩赐。
You're 72. You can
勇
join
夺
me.
荣耀，他们受的苦也够多了。折而不
All right,
摧，
and now that I
奋力一战，为天下黎民。
there we go.
护国讨贼。
快点！
Last chance. All right, well, I didn't want it to come to this. A lie. My whole life has been building up to this moment. Kong Rong has been emperor for 3 years. He's been playing for 32. Look at his children. Look at them as they grow older. Never having to work a day in their lives. Beautiful. Let's get to it.
进攻！
He holds his sword up. Let's give him a war blade, right? Let's
大人有何
I'm
打
like, is
算？
there anything left to distribute here?
潮起潮落，足以磨平巨石。
All right. Good enough. Let's get to it. Alright, they got Bastion artillery, they got it all, but we too have it all. Wonder how it would work this royal family, except choose me to have family for efficiency and the improved chi. Yeah, I think... You know, there would probably be succession drama about it, right? Because one, like, if the eldest was selected for the emperor, but they wanted to be the Confucian scholar, who could stop him, you know? Can you tell the emperor you're not allowed to be anything? Try, just try. China will unify, with or without you. Haven't felt like Kong Rong is intended. How do I feel about the out money rather than out military? That's so wasteful. Yeah, I you know, there were certainly times where if we'd been playing like 50 turns before the fight with Wu, we could have just taken what they had taken north of the Yangtze and folded that in. There were plenty of times where we could have punched somebody a little bit, taken what we wanted, and then pieced out, you know. And then still, like, been mostly playing how we were playing. But, yeah, because once you spend 60,000 on taking a city, you know, you could just buy an army for 10 grand and then take the city. And then take another one, and another one. But when you're playing long, like, I'm so, you know, like, enamored of the idea of the play style, for sure. I'm really glad that it's possible to play it this way, basically. Oh, wow! That totally melted one of these. That is rough. Fortunately, we have more trebuchets. Unfortunately, this one is getting melted. Are you joking? My God! Okay, so how do we deal with that? We charge in and eat a bunch of arrow fire? It sounds stupid. You know, we do have a hole in the wall, which theoretically is all we'll need. We could just run it out of ammo. Ah, so this one is going to cover this area. Does it think this treb thing, you know, if... Oh, there's another one here, too. Oh, my God. Why? So the Bastion Artillery really doing its work. Fortunately, this one only has 3 ammo left, so it can only get through a whole nother thing. You know, which one you had in the Jing-Chun campaign, you wouldn't count on the spending wisely. Yeah, you know, for sure. Anyway, we just lose those trebs. Oh, these are the second... No, these are the first trebs. I was like, oh my God, these are the second ones. But we lose 2 whole trebuchets to 1 Bastion Artillery there. You know, good for them, right? I don't mean it. I don't mean good for them, but good for them. Look, we've got just enough range to get this multi-bullet crossbow shot without being into their tower range, or too far into their tower range anyway. But the good news is that this Bastion Artillery only has like 6 ammo left. And I think it was using it on these guys, so we're going to let them keep doing that. And then keep our trebuchets. Like, those guys can leave. They don't need to be out here anymore. Alright, so at least we got a wall breach. Oh, right, these guys don't have flaming shot. Right. Sure, it'd be a lot better if we had flaming shot. But we should be accidentally hitting the wall at the same time. There we go. Please hit it. Alright, so we're seeing here that you can spend an entire An entire trebuchet not hitting anything.
干得好！
There we go.
你摧毁敌军上楼。
We're gonna send these guys to try to take the wall here. Because if I don't get more breaches in this wall, I think I'm gonna regret it. We just need to be able to take the wall on, like, this side, and then... Wow, that's so many troops inside. Because if we get in, and we're not under tower fire, then, you know, we could feel good about things. We don't want the trebs shooting there. Alright, it's time to get into action. This person has stock. Yeah. Okay, so they tried to go in and then ran away. Great. Good. Alright, so that tower's just gonna shoot us. That's how it's gonna be. We're gonna roll right here, right in front of them, right? And then we're gonna shoot. This is gonna work. It's gonna work. We're a very brave... This sentinel... Yes! Oh, my pretties. Now that is what it's all about. Also, we took the gate. So I'm gonna walk out through the front of the gate. No, we're gonna walk out through this way. Alright. I was like, what happened to the fear behind? You know, we probably got him shot up. We probably got him shot up by towers that we walked him in front of. What a bunch of morons running this army. Oh my god. Let's just run everything into the breach, you know. That's what's hot on the streets. And this guy coming in, getting out for free, and then giving up a ton of free damage by walking in front of the wall afterward. That's right, because we told him to walk out front. I remember. And of course it would have interpreted that as, do you know what would be better than walking in front? Standing in front after walking the opposite direction. Please shoot. Please shoot. There we go. There we go. Look, even if she doesn't get out... This is why you generally avoid fighting Bastion artillery battles. You know, it's rough. I mean, we had to fight this one. It's the last battle in the campaign. She gets totally tuned up. But, I mean, look, with 200 kills and getting all of those shots down, I mean, that's half the life out of a whole set of Protectors of Heaven, you know. She did her job. He did his job. I always think of my bandit sentinels as being ladies. But this one's a guy. Oh yeah. Ants marching in single file. That's the good stuff. That's what the people want to see. As we stream in through the breaches. Oh, yeah. We deserve to run this place. Only we can run China. Because the thing is if we're all... If we're all standing in the place where the towers are, then none of us are. And we're free. Oh, we're still in slow-mo. Okay, time to get the real motion on. So this group is lining up for combat in a precarious and strange way. We're gonna run these guys up to take the tower. It might just kill us. The towers are too good, right? So he hits the splash, and then Zhang Jun hits the splash, and then we're going to melt both of these Protectors of Heaven and only sacrifice a huge amount of Sun Tzu's hit points in the meantime. That's fine. We'll make that trade. He's very brave. There's Defenders of Earth back here. I was like, I recognize that arc. We need to get in there. Oh, I stopped microing, and now we're in the Protectors. If we move through them, just carefully, though. There we go. Alright, and we get on top of the Defenders here, who only got to use almost all of their ammo, which is, you know, good for us, or at the very least neutral. Alright, the cavalry almost getting caught there, but we saw it just in time. Alright, these guys did manage to take the wall, you know, so that's good. That tower now won't attack us anymore, or at least not for a little while. It's time for the elephant. Yeah, he's the Empress's brother, I think. So he'd be our brother-in-law. But here, we're about to get our crossbows inside safely, and that's going to start the next whole phase of this thing. We'll hit him with the splash damage. That should... It should, like, clear up a whole bunch of them, right? Nope. These Furia Bahai are just like running. Please just stop just running. Here we go. All we need is one crossbow to be engaged in combat. Just one single stinking crossbow. And after all of that, they took the tower back immediately. I hate everything. Oh, Sun Tzu lost his, Lost his mount. We don't need him running in without it. He can hang out with the elephant. Oh, the cavalry. This cav got out. Well, we've got our cav in the front. We'll get shot up by towers while we're trying to deal with it. Smart. Good. If she gets any closer, she's gonna run from contact. I just want her to shoot one last poison volley. She's not gonna. The good news is all their archers have just about ran out of ammo, and they don't have the juice left in it, right? We still got protectors out the wazoo. We still got Fury of Baha'i with 50 rounds because I'm so bad at using units in this game that they haven't shot barely at all. But these Protectors of Heaven are going to break any day now. Any day now. Because all you have to do is get Fury of Baha'i online, and then you're fine. But if you're me, you just don't do it for an extended period of time. And that's the problem of ranged in these games, right? You know, they're so good, but if you're terrible, you'll forget to shoot with them. You know, it's just in siege battles that I don't shoot. Because I don't want to waste the ammo firing over the wall, or in this game, getting beaten on by the bonkers towers. To be clear, I like the towers. I think it's good that the towers are strong. I just wish that I had a brain. Binding Fury, and so it says splash damage, but it's not much splash damage. And Flames is a bigger swirly gig, yeah. You know what is a splash damage ability? Running in on an elephant! That's right, it's the Emperor! The Emperor on an elephant! I can't stand up to the might of the Emperor on an elephant. Because Fury of Baha'i, once they get online, they'll just shoot up a whole place, which I already know you know. What have you missed? Oh, Froggy, we're winning the game. This is a huge siege. It went okay. I didn't play it like smart, but it went fine. My plan was gonna lead to victory. So we let their artillery on the wall just beat half of my artillery. This was smart, because the other half of the artillery then got to do what we wanted. And then we knocked down the wall and we poured in. We had a big fight. We ran the elephant in. And that, you know, that's that. And with that, a Pyrrhic victory. But a true victory. Yuan Shang, you should join my faction. And there we go. We win every single battle in the campaign. Yeah, baby. That's pacifism. Every battle, we get the achievement for it. Including auto-resolves. Of course, we didn't fight very many battles, but we got it. Awesome. Thank you, Shu. Thank you. Man, this game is so satisfying to play on a campaign level. Yeah, you said you got it with the old yellow turban? Yeah.
圣朝厚德，国
You
作
did
永
it
言。
by accident. Yeah. Nice. Look at me. I win. Kong Rong. Ultimate victor. They're no longer the emperor. We complete the campaign. We conquer and control all the emperor's seats. We unify China because we have 101 settlements. We win the game.
到此为止了。
只得如此。
Yeah, good stuff. You know, we spent 9 years as a noble, 12 years as a second marquis, only 2 years to become duke, and then 5 to become king there, and we dragged our feet a little bit on it. It was tough. It was so much fun though, like playing him as he should have been. Obviously, we turned up the bellicose nature of it later on, just because otherwise, what are you gonna do? But dude, getting Sun in the faction, even though we only used him a bit, like, it's still pretty nice. Like, look at this court. Look at this court. This, to me, like, this is everything. And, of course, our humble clerk, the scion of the Yon family, married off into ours, and now look at us. So their mother... Cao Cao's mother got... Or, no, the person who was also married to Cao Song... right before this started, and then they've got these kids which are related to them. Bonkers. But yes, and our 9-year-old boy will grow up never knowing how hard everybody else had to try to give him this future. 50 generals. So we start out, and then we stay here for a long time, and then we finally start building up, we buy stuff, and then, well, it doesn't take too long for us to take over the world, right? From when we declare ourselves emperor in 220, by taking Liu Bei's faction capital, 219. 1 year to posture to Wu, 1 year to conquer Wu, 1 year to posture towards Zhao, and then 1 more year to finish it. Beautiful stuff. But there we go, Our generic champion, he fought alongside us for many a thing, He even had 2 whole duels that he won. But the statistic I think we can be proudest of is here at the battles. We only lost 14,000 soldiers. We only had to slay 65,000 soldiers in our quest to take over China, to unify all under the mandate of heaven, to sit upon the throne, and we did it relatively bloodlessly. Sure, not technically bloodlessly, but hey, pretty good. And he lived through all of it. He lived to see his ambitions realized. 69 years old, the master scholar, Kong Rong, legendary strategist, great man, emperor of Qi, and indeed of all China. You saw a video of him winning by fighting 0 battles? I love that. I guess it would have to be cheese in order to get access to the embassy. But I mean, like, I could see doing it if you had like a bandit faction. No, it'd be hard to not fight anything. I'm like, because you could do your negative public order thing, but you'd still probably have to fight, huh? But anyway, I mean, just look at that. The Kingdom of Qi. It's not as pretty as some of the borders have been, but it's still very good. Let us have peace.
我方同意了。
又是你这厮，提的还算合理。
来，如此一来，未来大有可图。
And now we're peaced out. There is no more war. There is only peace, understanding, enlightenment, and education in China. Kong Rong can go home. He can take his elephant and go home and spend the rest of his life with his loving wife and his bouncing baby children, who are now, you know, not babies anymore, but will certainly need to study if they hope to ever live up to the example set by their old man, who rose not from nothing, but from a station no one would think would lead to this, and then through, you know, through the application of wealth, and importantly, the exploitation of the greed of others, able to get it done. For if they were not able to be bribed with that siren song of gold, what would we have done with it? Very little. But a wonderful campaign. It ends in 222, 32 years after we start. Turn 163. A really fun campaign. Honestly, it was a blast. A lot of fun. I don't know, like, if I were to do this again, I wouldn't play it so pure. I would fight sometimes, and I would just almost always try to, you know, like, if I ever had a war, do no more than take, you know, one commandery out of it type of thing. Try to be conciliatory or whatever. But, a great time. Wonderful stuff. Anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. I'm going to take a break, get something to eat, and then I'll probably be back on later on to play, I mean, something else. I don't think we're going to play any more Total War 3 Kingdoms today. I think we've done about a good 8 or 9 hours of it today. I regret nothing. It's been a great time. It's been a great time. Set them up and knock them down. That's what I always say. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. See you, Luke. See you, Shrew. See you, Froggy. Bye, Anosa, if you're around. Bye, Bird Guys. Bye, Shane, if you're here. Goodbye, everyone. Appreciate you checking it out. But, yep. I will see you guys later, and if not, I hope you have a good rest of the day.